Recording in progress.
Good morning, members.
Good morning.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson.
Yes, good morning, Honorable Mkhize. I see.
Morning, Chair.
Morning, Honorable Page. Honorable De Block, good morning.
Good morning, Chair. Unjani namhlanje?
Siyaphila, unjani wena?
Ndiphilile.
Okay, inkosi. Honorable Managa, unjani? Honorable Managa. Honorable Temba. Okay. Honorable Nalumango. So they're not in yet. Honorable Kumalo. Let's see them. So far, we only have 3, but I can confirm that they are in the meeting. Honorable Manaka. I can see that she is logged in. I do not see Honorable Temba. DM, how are you? DM Swartz?
I'm very well, thank you, Chairperson. Good morning.
Good morning, DM. I'm just checking my members here. Honorable Nalumago, good morning.
Good morning, Chair, and everyone on the platform. I'm in the meeting.
Thank you, Mama. Honorable Temba, good morning. Honorable Temba, I see only video. There's no microphone next to, maybe he's struggling to log in. Honorable Kumalo, good morning. Let's see her. Honorable Manaka, good morning. Okay. Honorable members and colleagues, I think we need to start. At least we have Member De Block, Honorable Beach, Honorable Mkhize, and Honorable Narumango. I can see that Honorable Temba is trying to log in, but I can see only a video. Maybe he can't even hear us. Honorable Kumalo. She's also struggling to log in. She just sent me a message, but it's now 9:32. Honorable members and colleagues, good morning. I think we need to start with our meeting so that we do not hold you. You have other responsibilities as well. We started considering the department and the entities' first and second quarter performance during the first week of February 2025. We are now on our last 2 entities, which is South African Weather Services and SunParks. The first and second quarter performance reviews allow the committee to monitor progress on planned targets and missed targets in preceding financial year. When overseeing the implementation of audit action plan, both expenditure and revenue are essential for understanding the cost and efficiencies of programs and activities. However, non-financial information is also critical to assessing advancements towards outcomes or impacts within the sector of both entities. As such, obtaining quarterly reports aligns with the goals of this committee's responsibility. In the environmental portfolio, the standard is to achieve a minimum of 80% by the end of the financial year. Thus far, it appears that both South African Weather Services and SANParks are on track to exceed the minimum target of 80% annual targets. We remain confident that catch-up plans are in place to compensate for missed targets. In cases of underperformance, the committee must identify the root causes, evaluate the effectiveness of human and financial management, and ensure that appropriate actions are being implemented to protect the entity's performance and economic stability. The financial position of SANParks looks healthy, and it is commendable that many of the G20 meetings will be hosted at Kruger National Park, which will boost SANParks' revenue and the sector in general. More work must be done to improve South African Weather Services revenue and meet the growing need for weather-related services. With those few words, honorable members and colleagues, I welcome everyone and all of you in this meeting. On apologies, honorable members, I have only received 3 apologies. And 4. I have received the apology of Honorable Makasi, who is on oversight with the Portfolio Committee of Public Works. We also received an apology from the Minister George, who is out of the country, and also the apology of Deputy Minister Singh, who is not well. We wish him speedy recovery. And also, we have received an apology of the DG, Ms. Nomfundo Shabalala. She is also not around. Can I then get a mover for the adoption of the agenda? Let me check. Honorable De Block.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning to everyone.
Honorable De Block, we have lost you. Can you hear me, honorable members?
We hear you, Chair.
Okay. Honorable De Block? I think he wanted to adopt the agenda. Honorable Nalumango, I see your hand.
Good morning, Chair. I move for the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you, Honorable Nalumango. Honorable Kumalo.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to everyone, to yourself, Chair, and officials. I second Honorable Nalumango with the adoption of the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kumalo. Honorable members, we have Deputy Minister Swartz, who is leading the delegation from the department. I am going to hand over to her so that she can do her overview remarks before we go to the entities. Honorable DM Swartz, over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, Ms. Nabi Sakancho. Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, chairpersons and board members, representatives and CEOs of our entities, and senior officials of the GFFE. It is an honor to present the South African National Parks and South African Weather Services first and second quarter performance report as per the Portfolio Committee program. SANParks continues to direct its resources towards delivering its primary mandate, which is conservation, The priority is to ensure that conservation thrives along with human dignity, which is characterized by harmonious relationship between people and nature. In line with Vision 2040 anchored around the concept of mega living land space, SANParks is exploring new and innovative ways when acquiring land for conservation. This involves not only making decisions based on the conservation value of the land, but also its potential to contribute to inclusive economic growth. For the first and second quarter of 2024-25 financial year, SANParks achieved 68% and 88% respectively of its annual performance plan targets, 19 of 23 in the first quarter and 20 of 24 in the second quarter. SANParks' key achievements include increase in accommodation occupancy, implementation of the land inclusion plan activities, and implementation of tourism products, Edo Elephant National Park Spa, and Agalas National Park Precinct Restaurant Project. Meaningful restoration of degraded areas is critical for protected areas to contribute fully to ecosystem services and for mitigating against biodiversity loss. At the global scale, SANParks is contributing towards Target 2 of the Canning Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, which seeks to ensure that by 2030, at least 30% of areas degraded, terrestrial inland water, and marine and coastal ecosystems are under effective restoration. Several rehabilitation projects were implemented under the Extended Public Works Program. These projects are working for water, for the clearing of alien invasive vegetation, working for ecosystems to address erosion, working for wetlands, for rehabilitation wetlands. Overall, the targets under the degraded ecosystems for the period under review were exceeded with 23,827 initial hectares of 58,463 follow-up hectares rehabilitated, 160 and 11 wetlands under rehabilitation against a target of five wetlands are under rehabilitation. The SANParks GF8 project proposal, Reimagining National Parks for People, Nature, and Mega Living Land Spaces project, was approved by GF Council in February for a total of $10 million. This project is very instrumental and pivotal to creating a launchpad for SANParks Vision 2040. In addition, all the targets under the degraded ecosystem for the period under review were exceeded with 23,827 initial hectares, with a follow-up of 58,463 follow-up rehabilitated. Now, furthermore, SANParks developed an audit action plan to address the previous year's audit findings and continue to implement consequence management against officials responsible for incurring irregular expenditure. Consequence management has been implemented in 82% of the irregular expenditure cases. The organization is currently implementing consequence management on the remaining 18% of the irregular expenditure cases, and this will be finalized by the end of March 2025. Honorable Chairperson on the South African Weather Services, the South African Weather Services continue to fulfill its mandate of providing reliable weather services, issuing timely warnings during periods of severe weather conditions, such as storms, flooding, and snowstorms. The entity has also ensured the ongoing collection and quality checking of meteorological data, which is vital for maintaining national climatological records. SAWS achieved 83.33% and 81.82% of its targets in the first and second quarters, respectively. In quarter one, SAWS reported a total revenue of 158.738 million, 8% below the budgeted amount of 173.258 million. Government grants constituted 73% of total revenue, including capital grants, while 27 was externally generated. The second quarter saw an important improvement in reported revenue totaling 318.8.119 million, although it still fell 8% short of the budgeted target of 346.649 million. SAWS reported an above budget performance in non-statutory commercial revenue collection, having achieved 42% of its target by the end of the second quarter. With the implementation of green energy initiatives and improvements in operational efficiency, the entity is well positioned for positive financial performance by the end of the financial year. The expansion of its revenue generating initiatives will further strengthen its financial position. Honorable Chairperson, I will now hand over to board chairpersons and chief executive officers of the respective public entities to deliberate further on the achievements and non-achievements of the output indicators, including measures taken to address non-achievement in 2 quarters. I would just like to know from you, Chairperson, whether I should present the delegation from the 2 entities and from the department, or whether the Chairperson will do so.
I will do that, Honorable DM. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, DM. Honorable members, we have the delegation from the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment. Today, the delegation is led by Ms. Flora Magolwa, the Deputy Director General, Biodiversity and Conservation. We also have Dr. Patience Kwaze, Chief Director, Air Quality Management, Ms. Olorato Mbolokeng, Director, Public Entities Support and Performance. We also have Ms. Homolo Sekobela, Director in the Office of the Director General. We have Mr. Temba Gift Nguni, Parliamentary Strategic Support Office of the Minister. We also have Mr. Simon Nganunu, who is the PLO in the Deputy Minister's Office, Deputy Minister Swart's office. We have also Mr. Haresh Anderial, the PLO Deputy Minister in the Office of the Deputy Minister Singh. We also have Ms. Yamkela Mbokoto, Parliamentary Support Office of the Director General. From the entities, honorable members, from South African Weather Services, we have Ms. Sandika Daya, who's the board chairperson. We have Mr. Isham Abda, Chief Executive Officer. We also have Mr. Norman Mzizi, who's the Chief Financial Officer. We have Dr. Jonas Mpeya, Executive Weather and Climate Services. We have Ms. Pedro Decker, Executive Corporate Services. We also have Mr. Mnikeli Ndabambi, Executive Infrastructure and Information System. Lastly, from South African Weather Services, we have Mr. Dituso Muhapi, Specialist Strategy, Planning and Reporting. From South African Weather Services, we have Ms. Pamela Yako, who is the board chairperson. We also have Ms. Hapilwe Sello, Chief Executive Officer. We have Ms. Liz Makot, Chief Operating Officer. We also have Ms. Ketiwe Silubane, Acting Chief Financial Officer. We also have Mr. Oscar Mtimkulu, Managing Executive, Kruger National Park. We have Dr. Howard Hendricks, Managing Executive, Conservation Services. Mr. Lucas Zepe, Head, CEO's Office. Then we have Ms. Buiswa Dibongo, Senior Manager, Strategic Support and Stakeholder Relations. That is the delegation from department and from the entities. honorable members. I am going now to move to our item presentation by South African Weather Services. But before that, I am going to hand over to the board chairperson of South African Weather Services to give us remarks, a few remarks. Over to you, Ms. Sandika Daya from SOurce.
Honorable Chairperson and members of the Portfolio Committee, Deputy Minister Swartz, Minister Dion George in absentia, Deputy Ministers, Director Generals, Board Chairs, CEOs, and SOurce and SANParks officials, good morning. It is an honor and privilege for me to be leading the South African Weather Services delegation, represented by the CEO, Mr. Isham Abada, and CFO, Mr. Norman Mzizi, to brief the committee on the entity's first and second quarter performance reports for 2024-2025. The period for which the SOurce will be briefing the committee on its performance precedes the term of the office for most of the current board. As honorable members are aware, the new board of the entity assumed duty at the beginning of January 2025 with myself as chair. Please note, however, that the board is not entirely new. Some members of the board, such as myself, had the privilege to serve in the previous term of the board. This has ensured that there is continuity in overseeing the governance, strategic direction, and performance of the SOurce, whilst ensuring compliance with relevant laws and regulations. Moreover, we worked and continue to work very closely with the executive management of the SOurce to ensure that this entity performs optimally. The performance targets on which we are reporting are informed by the annual performance plan for 2024-25. The APP places a lot of emphasis on the timeliness and accuracy of weather warnings, alerts, and advisories, investment in research and innovation, the availability of infrastructure, the maintenance of the SOurce observational infrastructure, revenue generation, and the need to raise the levels of weather and climate awareness among vulnerable and disadvantaged communities. As honorable members will see, the SOurce performed quite well, achieving more than 80% of its targets during each of the 2 quarters. There were only 2 areas in both quarters in which the SOurce did not do so well, as mentioned by the Honorable Minister. As the board, we will take these 2 performance areas seriously, as they have implications for public health and the sustainability of SOurce, respectively. We continue to watch these areas very closely, working hand in glove with executive management with a view to ensuring and realizing an improvement. Honorable Chairperson and members will also note in Mr. Abada's presentation that we will touch on the financial health of the SOurce, which has not been immune to budget cuts across the board. There are, however, concerted efforts from everyone at the SOurce to ensure that we try and improve our revenue through what avenues are available to the entity. All in all, the board, executive management, senior management, and SOurce staff at large are agreed that high performance in all areas, compliance with laws, regulations and policies, and good financial management are non-negotiable. Everyone is doing their bit to see to it that the entity receives yet another clean audit opinion at the end of the financial year. Honorable members, it would be remiss of me if I do not take the committee into confidence regarding the pressing matter that is currently affecting the SOurce. This briefing comes at a time when the entity is going through testing times. On the 26th of January 2025, the SOurce joined a long list of South African public and private institutions whose information and communication technology systems were crippled by devastating data breaches. This includes the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, Government Employees Pension Fund, National Health Laboratory Service, Department of Justice and Constitutional Development, the Companies and Intellectual Property Commission, the State Security Agency, and International Trade Administration Commission, from publicly disclosed major cybersecurity incidents since 2022 that have had operational disruption and financial impact. By way of background, we woke up to the dreadful news of the hacking incident on the morning of Monday, 27 January 2025. It happened the night before, after a failed attempt a day earlier. the hackers had gained access to the SOARS network and went on to encrypt 336 of the entity's 352 servers, essentially deploying ransomware to restrict the SOARS access to its own servers. The impact was felt immediately. Suddenly, the ability of the SOARS, a critical national public entity, to meet its legislative obligations was seriously undermined. The entity could not rely on its sophisticated ICT infrastructure to support the country's citizens as it should. But nevertheless, we managed to ensure the basic safeguarding of lives and properties by providing timely, credible weather and climate services by invoking our business continuity plans. As honorable members are aware, a lot rests on the shoulders of this organization. It must provide public good services for the general benefit of the public, and such services include, amongst others, severe weather warnings. It must also provide meteorological services to the aviation industry and maritime sector under the Convention on International Civil Aviation and Safety of Life at Sea, respectively. This includes services to assist with search and rescue efforts in these sectors. Such mammoth responsibility puts the entity at the center of public decision-making, where water, health, transport, energy, food security, and disaster risk reduction, among other weather and climate-sensitive matters, are concerned. Its place in the agenda of the 7th administration to ensure inclusive growth and job creation, reduce poverty while tackling the high cost of living and building a capable, ethical, and developmental state can therefore not be overemphasized. Despite this major setback, the SOARS was able to render all essential services, relying on alternative channels for distribution. Importantly, severe weather warnings were issued in a timely manner. Away from the glare of the public, an expert team of external cybersecurity specialists and the SOAR's own ICT technicians worked in the background in a bid to not only flush out the virus used by the cyber criminals to encrypt our systems, but also recover our data from the backups before beginning to reopen some of our network. Through this ordeal, the SOARS has had an extensive network of stakeholders within the disaster risk reduction value chain to lean on. We can't thank those partners enough for their steadfast support, patience, and understanding. If there was ever a time for all of us and all stakeholders to stand together, it is now. The ramifications of going for a day, let alone weeks, without the ICT infrastructure we so much need to provide essential services at full capacity are too expensive of a price to pay. Important lessons have been learned by all concerned from this incident. Among other things, this unpleasant experience calls upon SOARS to invest in cutting-edge cybersecurity technology, coupled with the right personnel, while on the other hand, overhauling its business continuity plan together with the concomitant costs. Needless to say, this is paramount when viewed through the lens of a country such as ours, which must, amongst other things, play its part in ensuring that it contributes to seeing to it that everyone on Earth is protected from hazardous weather, water, and climate events through life-saving early warning systems, in line with the United Nations Early Warnings for All initiative. Honorable Chairperson, without taking more time, allow me to request the Chief Executive Officer and Chief Financial Officer to take the Portfolio Committee through the performance of the entity in the first and second quarters of 2024-25. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Daya. Can you just do us one little favor and show us your face? Members wants to connect the voice with the face. Can you just show us a glimpse? Yes.
My apologies.
Okay.
My apologies.
Thank you, Ms. Daya.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Over to you, CEO, Mr. Isham Abada.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Minister in absentia, Deputy Minister Swart. I also want to greet our other board chair and CEO, as well as our colleagues this morning. I hope you can see my face. If you don't mind, Chair, I will stop the video just for bandwidth purposes, but I am showing my face so you can see who he's talking to.
Yes, we can see your handsome face.
Thank you so much, Chair.
Okay. can switch off the
Thank-
video.
Thank you so much, Chair. Chair, without further ado, let me go on to our presentation. Can we go to, Chair, with your permission, I'm not going to go through all the slides. We have 48 slides in total. And as is the practice in this committee, we highlight the main areas of performance and then also underperformance, and then specifically focus on those areas of non-performance. And with your permission, Chair, I'll do the same thing in the presentation this morning. So if I can ask, please, that we go to slide 4. Thank you. Honorable members and Chair, you'll see here, this gives a summary of our first quarter performance. In essence, out of our 12 targets, we met 10 of them and 2 were not achieved. Those 2 represent roughly 16.67%, and our total achievement for the period was then 83.33% in the first quarter. I'd like to then move on to slide 14, which is the first area of non-performance during the first quarter. You'll see there that target relates to the percentage of priority areas, air quality stations availability on the SARQUS that meets the minimum data requirements. Our target there is 80%. We did not achieve the target there. We achieved 60% for the of priority areas quality stations that are available on SARQUS and that meet the minimum data requirements. This was primarily due to theft and vandalism of equipment that we experienced at 3 of our stations, Diepkloof, Emalahleni, and also Zamdela. And this happened over April and June 2024. In terms of what we are doing to fix the situation, we have interventions to improve the security measures at these stations through, amongst other things, the installation of security doors and CCTV cameras. Physical security, patrolling, and armed response was also activated. And then we're also looking at relocating some of the high-risk stations to more secure locations. And we initiated that process with the DFFE colleagues to look at the relocation. And that process is quite far advanced. Then I'd like to take the committee to slide 17. Thank you. This was under program 4. And there the target related to unregulated commercial revenue. We have an annual target of roughly 29 million and a quarterly target of 7.3 million roughly. During the first quarter, and you'll see during the second quarter also, we had not achieved the unregulated commercial revenue target. The reasons for us not meeting that target is that generally with the start of the new financial year, we are shifting into the autumn season and then subsequently the winter season, and there's a drop in information requirement and subsequently also the fees that are generated because there are less weather-related impacts during those seasons. And then we've also been experiencing more competition from competitors that have launched on alternative lightning detection network infrastructure in South Africa as well. We are, from that perspective, making sure that we processing all our invoices related to the spring and summer season so that we, at the end of the year, will meet our target. I must state also, however, that probably the quarter 4 is going to be impacted a bit by the cyber attack because it has affected our customers and partners in terms of our revenue generation. Can we then move to slide 21 of the first quarter? And Chair, with your permission, I'd like to hand over to the Chief Financial Officer to just take us through the 4 slides on the finances for the first quarter. Mr. Mzizi.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Deputy Minister, honorable members, Chief Executive. Thanks for the opportunity to present the financial results for the first quarter of this financial year. Chair, as we can see, in terms of our total revenue, we are sitting at actual of 158 million versus the budget of 173 million. And then this is about 14 million below the budget. And the contributing factor of that 14 million is coming from the government grant, conditional grant, which the actual is sitting at 19 million versus the budget of 40 million. And the government grant, conditional grant, these are amounts that are earmarked for capital investment. And in quarter 3 and quarter 4, that's where we have seen major improvement in terms of this revenue. But for the first quarter, we are about 20 million below the budget. And in terms of the expenditure, on the administrative expenditure, we are close to the budget. We are sitting at 4.9 million versus the budget of 5 million, as well as compensation for employees. We are sitting at 72 million versus the budget of 73 million. And overall, our deficit for the first quarter, it's 2 million. And for the full year of last year, we're sitting at 12 million. And the next slide, please. And in terms of the details of the revenue, Chair, as I've highlighted that in terms of the government grant, we are 20 million below the budget. And on the statutory revenue, we're sitting at 32 million versus the budget of 34 million. We are slightly below the budget by 108 million. And then this is mainly due to the fact that the increased tariff was promulgated in June. And then hence in the first quarter, that revenue was still, we're still using the old one. And then hence it's below the budget. And then on the non-statutory revenue, we're sitting at the actual of 6.2 million versus the budget of 5.9 million. And in terms of the non-statutory revenue, we've got the different breakdown of those amounts, and which are instrumental rental, commercial partners, where we are partnering with organizations like, for example, like insurances that assist us in terms of sharing the revenue. And we are selling the lightning detection network. And in total, the revenue is 158 million versus the budget of 173 million. And the next slide gives the details of the expenditure. Chair, the total expenditure, we're sitting at 132 million versus the budget of 132.3. And mainly it's coming from the administrative expenditure. And then we give the reasons for why we are below the budget. And also on the operating expenditure is slightly above the budget of 53.99 million. And this is as a result of those communication costs and the consultancy fees, electricity power generations, and we've given the details in respect to that. And in total, we have a deficit of 2 million. Thank you, Chair. Back to you, CEO.
Thank you very much, CFO. Can we then go to slide number 26, please? Thank you. Chair, honorable members, you'll see here that we're looking at the overall performance. It went down slightly, but fortunately it still exceeds the required amount or target rather. There on the second quarter, you'll see that we out of our 12 targets there, we missed 2 of them. 2 were off target, and then 1 was a target without milestones. Go to the next slide, please, slide 27. In terms of slide 27, out of our 11 major targets, we've achieved 9 and 2 were not achieved, sorry. The percentage achievement was 81.8%, while the target for the non-achievement was 18.18%. And then can you take us to slide 37, please? On slide 37, you'll notice that it's once again the air quality priority areas, air quality stations that we've missed the target. It's gone up slightly from 60% in the first quarter by 7%. And I've already mentioned the reasons and some of the corrective actions. We had engaged with the department, as I indicated, and we've then collectively started the process of getting approval from the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure on proposed new sites for these stations. So that was part of the corrective measures in relation to that. If we can then go to slide 40, please. Once again, it's the issue around the revenue for the quarter. I've mentioned the fact that our lightning detection network was a little bit behind budget in terms of what we had projected. And then also the revenue from our information fees was a little bit behind because of the less active weather during our autumn and winter months. And as we move into the spring and summer season, our data requests generally increase. And then we usually make up the shortfall in terms of the revenue generation during the first 2 quarters. Once again, can we move to slide 44? And I'd like to please then hand over again to the CFO so he can just give us the financial situation as at the end of the second quarter. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. In terms of the financial report for the second quarter, we see an improvement on total revenue to 318 million versus the budget of 346. And the area that we are still below, it's on the government grant, conditional grant, where the actual is 45 million versus the budget of 88 million, or about 43 million below the budget. And as I've indicated that as we procure these big infrastructure items, we are going to see an improvement which is happening in quarter 4. And in terms of the administrative expenditure, we are slightly below the budget. Actual is 8 million versus the budget of 9.7 million. And compensation of employees sitting at 149 versus the budget of 152. And this is mainly due to the vacancies that we are currently having. And in terms of the operating expenditure, we're sitting at the actual of 121 million versus the budget of 119 million. And for the second quarter, we are sitting with a deficit of 25 million. And for the full year, we envisage to break even And for the full year of last year, we're sitting with a budget of 12 million. And the next slide, please. It gives the breakdown of our revenue. And in terms of the statutory revenue, we are sitting at the actual of 68.6 million versus the budget of 69 million. Chair, you can see that we are close to the budget amount. And this is due to the fact that the increased tariff, as I've indicated, that it was promulgated from June, and hence we start seeing the effect and the improvement in regards to the statutory revenue. And the statutory revenue, Chair, we get it from aviation, as we provide more crucial information to the aviation industry. And on the non-statutory revenue, we're sitting with the actual of 12 million versus the budget of 11.9 million. And we give the details of the non-statutory commercial revenue, and which in total amounts to 318 million versus the budget of 346 million. And the next slide, Chair, gives the details of the expenditure. As I've indicated that we are slightly below the budget of 282 million. The actual is 280 million. And this is mainly coming from the administrative expenditure, where the actual is 8 million versus the budget of 9.7 million. And the contributing factor for the variance is in regards to the audit fees, the conference costs, and the legal costs. And on the operating expenditure, we are slightly above the budget. The actual is 121 million versus the budget of 119 million. And we give the details of those major differences. And the next slide just indicates that due to the fact that we've got some vacancies, we are slightly below the budget of 128 million on the compensation of employees. The actual is 124 million. And then the deficit for the second quarter, we are sitting at 25 million. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CE, and also CFO. I am now going to note hands, honorable members. That is the presentation from South African Weather Services. I see, yeah, I'm going to note hands. I see the hand of Honorable Kumalo, followed by Honorable De Block, Honorable Mkhize, number 3, Honorable Nalumango, number 4. Those are the, okay, Honorable Managa, number 5. In that order, honorable members, Honorable Kumalo, number 1, Honorable De Block, number 2, Honorable Mkhize, number 3, Honorable Nalumango, number 4, Honorable Managa, number 5, in that order. Over to you.
Thank you very much.
Kumalo.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to all members of the portfolio, our entity, CEOs, and all officials that are present, and also the chairpersons of the board. Chairperson, let me take this opportunity to welcome the report as presented to us by the CEO of SOS, and also congratulate the new chairperson of the board. We really congratulate her this morning. Chair, my questions are related to the report. One, I want just to know what led to the underperformance of statutory commercial revenue by 18.87 million, and what mitigation strategy has been devised to deal with this in the future. And Chair, what do the 4 enhanced climate and non-climate specific solutions what have been signed off entail? Chair, how did the cyber attacks in the entity come about? And what is being done to take control of this situation and ensure that it does not occur again? Chair, is the entity using the most advanced, accurate, and reliable systems and technology to ensure that it remains the most reliable and most accurate source for weather services in the country? If there are any limitations, Chair, is in this regard, can maybe this be elaborated? Chairperson, the presenter have said that there are corrective measures that have been put in Diepkloof, Emalahleni, and Zabdela to curb the issue of theft and vandalism. I want just to know, Chairperson, in terms of the progress, what progress and effective results have been yielded or recorded to date on the new system that have been put in place? And Chair, I want also to check, to say, in the past, in these two stations, what was the safety measures that was there that didn't assist the entity in terms of theft and vandalism? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Makhumalo. Honorable De Blok.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to echo the congratulations to the new board and the new board chairperson. I'm very glad we've got an IT governance, risk and compliance expert at the helm at this particular sensitive time for the entity. That does bode well. I've also got a question on the revenue generation. I accept that seasonal effects take place and that prevents reaching the targets. But to me, that is just poor target setting. If you've taken an annual target and split it by 4, but knowing, as meteorologists would do, that seasons have different effects and that would affect income, you should be able to set targets that take that into account so that you don't have to report underperformances to us. That's just something to note for review later. The second issue that I want to touch on is related to the critical piece of supercomputer infrastructure, which was part of a couple of media articles and also a parliamentary question that I know of. It was on its 4th or 5th iteration of tendering. Has there been resolution on this? I'd like to know from them. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable De Blok. Honorable Mkhize.
Greetings, Chair, and greetings to everyone. Thank you for the well-presented presentation that has been given to us by Source. I'll just have one question concerning the delayed capital project, which I would like them maybe to clarify for us. With capital expenditure underperformed by 11.2 million in this Q1. My question is, which projects were affected and how will implementation be accelerated to prevent further delays? That's my submission. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhize. Honorable Nalumango.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to yourself, DM SWAT, honorable members, chairpersons of boards, and all officials that is on the platform. My questions is as follow. We have been experiencing load shedding of recent. What impact will this have on the work of SAWS, and what mitigating measures have they put in place? Is there any plan in place to fill the vacant positions that is in the presentation? What kind of legal issues was the 3.47 million of attorney fees paid towards? And was an out-of-court settlement considered so as to reduce these costs that was incurred? Could they please elaborate on the overspending of 1.97 million due to the payment of post-retirement medical for 2 retired staff members? And the question begs there, why is there so much money spent only on 2 people who have at this point retired? The presentation also mentions that overspending on travel activities for research purposes was incurred, and a 4.2 million is recoverable from funders. Has this money been recovered to date? If not, why not? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nalimango. Honorable Managa, you are going to be followed by Honorable Temba. He has indicated that he can't raise the hand, so we will be followed by Honorable Temba. Honorable Managa?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson, for the opportunity. Allow me to greet the Deputy Minister and the representatives from the 2 entities. I just wanna touch what Honorable Makumalo has touched, the issue of security at the equity monitor stations. I did hear that they put measures in place, the security gate, the CCTV class. Could the entity please provide an update on whether these measures that they have put in place resulted in noticeable improvements in the security of these stations? And maybe I've missed it. Can you also tell us maybe at the current moment how many species are reporting data? So they would report.
Honorable Managa, I think your network is giving you problems. I am not sure if source have captured clearly your questions. Can you move a bit? I'm going to hand over to Honorable Temba. Then I also request you to raise your questions again. I'll give you after Honorable Temba. Just try to find a suitable place for you where we can hear you clearly. Honorable Temba?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. You are.
Oh, thank you very much. I have been struggling. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, everyone who's in the meeting, members of Parliament. Greetings to everyone. My question is on commercial revenue drop. The South African Weather Services generated 6.29 million in Q1 versus a target of 7.29 million. What strategies are being implemented to remain competitive, aim market shift and new private entrants in weather services? That is my question. Thank you.
Okay. Honorable Managa? Honorable Managa? Because I think she was struggling with the network. And I think that we have lost her because I'm worried that you might not have captured her questions. From my side, I think some of the questions have been raised, and maybe I would put emphasis. Just rotate. Over the past few years, the target on the percentage of reporting air quality monitoring stations being available on SACIS, meeting the minimum standards, has consistently been missed due to load shedding, vandalism, or damage to uninterruptible power supplies and infrastructure electronics. But what we have picked up is that when you doing your corrective measures, they are still the same. You are bringing battery backup solutions and the relocation installation. But can you just tell us, since the previous committee meeting on performance in October 2024, how many stations had UPS system installed or relocated to low risk areas, and how many more are planned to be relocated? I am not going to get to the one of the hacking of the system. My honorable members have touched on that one. Can source reply? I just want to quickly check if Honorable Managa is not. No, okay. CEO of South African Weather Services, can you respond? And other colleagues, can they assist you?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I will attempt to respond to the questions, but I'll just also hand over to my executive on some of the detail in relation to the questions. As with the underperformance of the statutory commercial revenue, I've already mentioned the fact that autumn and winter we normally don't get as much business as we should be getting. And Honorable De Block, just to answer your first question, agreed that it is a target that would need to be relooked, and we actually have thought about that in terms of reducing the revenue generated during the first and second quarters, and then making up for it with increased targets in the third and fourth quarters. And 100% we agree with your input in that regard. So apart from that, we also, as mentioned in the CFO's presentation on the finances, the second aspect of the commercial revenue was the statutory commercial revenue. We were working under the old tariff, and that process took a bit longer than was anticipated. So in terms of the revenue generation, we'll definitely amend the targets firstly. And secondly, we've already been in the process with the regulating committee and industry in terms of the new tariff, and we'll be looking at new tariffs shortly. And hopefully that will address the issues of the revenue. And I think there it addresses Mayor Kumalo's Honorable Kumalo, Honorable Temba, as well as Honorable De Block's concerns around the revenue generation. The second issue that was raised was the issue around the new enhanced climate solutions that we signed off on, and what those entail. I think just as a preface to the more detailed submission that's going to be made by Dr. Mpepia, I just want to say that the products that we've developed or enhanced during the year are more people-centered, and they're customized to meet the unique needs of our users, specifically around social requirements. And a lot of these products, the purpose there is to safeguard human lives and also to ensure that we enhance the resilience of our climate-sensitive sectors. And then we make sure that we enable the strengthening of critical infrastructure at district level, also local municipalities, and also regional level. So we make sure that they are better prepared from a disaster risk point of view to do those things. And then also some of these solutions, we are targeting them for commercial variants of these products, because we see the possibility And once again, Honorable Temba, in reply to your question around the commercial issues, we do see the potential revenue potential of some of these products. But I'll ask Dr. Mpepe to go into a little bit more detail about the actual products and also, what area or sector they'll be servicing. Then Honorable Kumalo also asked about the cyber attack and what happened in relation to that. And basically, in brief, our chair mentioned that there was an attempted attack on our systems on the 25th of January, and that was unsuccessful. We also have what is called a security event and incident management service provider, and they picked up the malicious content by the cyber criminals on the first attempt, and whatever we had in place in terms of the mechanisms or defense mechanisms against the cryptography threats managed to fend off the first attempted attack. And then on the 26th, they tried again. And this time around, they actually managed to surpass the mechanisms that were in place. And that's when the attack happened. And I think I'll ask our executive IIS to just expand on that situation, specifically around what we did subsequent to that, and then also what we're doing currently in terms of bringing our new systems up and ensuring that we have built or better built in resilience in relation to that. The issue around our systems and technology, and making sure that we that we have the best systems and technology. I think just as an introduction there, I just want to say that there's always room for improvement in terms of technology and systems, because those change on a daily basis. And I think specifically areas that we will need to focus on, obviously we will need to have additional funding if we are going to be looking at that technology, and that at the moment is a bit of a drawback, shall we say, because there is no additional funding from the fiscus. So we're going to have to look at alternative revenue to fund some of that, those systems and technology. But I mean, sort of disruptive technologies are things that we can possibly be looking at in terms of how we improve what we have currently. But I'll also let the executive just elaborate on that. Safe to say that we do have a very, very comprehensive observational network. We have a plan to actually modernize that network and also make sure that we have the most skilled personnel to interpret those results as well. And just to give members assurance, when we do procure these instruments, there are standards that the World Meteorological Organization sets that we endeavor to meet when we procure. And also just to mention that we are also a regional center for the World Meteorological Center in Southern Africa, in the SADC region. And also in some instances, our reach extends beyond that. So there's about, I think, 4 or 5 regional designations that we have with the WMO, where we service countries in the SADC region as well. So that should hopefully give members an assurance of our network capability and abilities as a meteorological institution. The issue around the stations, as I mentioned in the presentation, there has been some work that was done around those stations, and I'll ask the executive IIS to just expand on that. He can probably give you the minutiae of the actual stations and what was done in relation to each of those stations, as well as the questions asked by yourself, Chair, in relation to the load shedding and vandalism and what we've done in relation to that. And there I just want to say that, you know, it's a constant fight against the vandalism and the theft, because the more we try and improve our systems, like for example the solar, the more we become victim to theft and that kind of thing, and even relocation sometimes to what we think are more secure sites. Actually, we find is not the case. We've had incidents where we assume that the site was really, really secure, but we still had incidents of either theft or vandalism, which then impacts on the ability of the machines to do what they're supposed to be doing. I think also Honorable Nalumango raised the issue of the load shedding. Sorry. Let me do them in order. It was first Honorable De Block. Honorable De Block asked about the high performance computer and where we are in terms of that process. Honorable De Block, we've restarted the procurement process for the high performance computer. I think it has gone out already in terms of the tender being advertised. The CFO can just indicate where we are in terms of process. I think it's currently, if I'm not mistaken, at bid evaluation phase. And then also, you mentioned, Honorable De Block, that this is the third or fourth time we're going out. That's correct. So this time we're trying to build in as many safeguards as possible. So just in terms of that, we are going to be doing a probity audit. We've also written to the AG to see if they can assist in terms of doing a running audit of the process, so that we can in the institution have the comfort of knowing that, you know, everything is okay. We're still waiting their response on that. But once the process, procurement process is completed, we'll see also, we will do, as a matter of course, the probity audit in respect to that procurement. In terms of the delayed capital projects raised by Honorable Mkize, there are some of our bigger projects that were slightly delayed. Some of them include the weather radars that we are purchasing. There's 3 that are in process, and those make up some of the capital expenditure funding that's referenced by the CFO. So we're going to be procuring one for the Durban area, and that's an S-band radar, and then we have 2 X-band radars that we intend purchasing for the Western Cape. Obviously, the high performance computer that was mentioned earlier is another one of those big projects, but there are a few others. If the CFO wants, he can just add to the list of those projects. But as mentioned in his presentation, Honorable Mkize, those projects are underway, and we're hoping to finalize a lot of them, if not most of them, or all of them, sorry, during the fourth quarter. So that'll take care of those that capital expenditure and any possible project delays. Honorable Nalumango, in terms of the load shedding and the impacts of the load shedding, yes, it does impact us quite considerably. I'll also get our executive IRS to talk to some of those issues, but the committee will remember that we put in a whole series of measures that we thought would assist us in terms of load shedding when we had more frequent load shedding in the past. Some of those we were still in process of implementing, but the bulk of them we had put in place. So things like the automatic voltage regulations to protect our equipment. We brought in uninterruptible power supplies, solar on some of our instrumentation, and I'll ask the executive IIS also to talk to our solar installation at Irene, one of our big radar sites, and the implications of that solar panel installation there. Honorable Nalumango also asked us about the vacant positions. Yes, definitely, especially our critical positions. We have also started a process internally in terms of what was called a work study, just to look at the deliverables that are required in terms of the APP and the strategic direction of the organization, and then to align the vacant positions to the outcomes of that process as well. So we are definitely looking at funding or filling rather the critical posts where there is available budget. And I'll ask our corporate services executive to just give us a little bit more information on that. Around the legal fees, just to mention that the legal fees are, it's a variety of legal fees. So it's not only fees related to litigation, for example. So it's also fees around legal opinions. We've had consequence management interventions that entailed legal costs. We've also had a variety of investigations, forensics, and other investigations that made up that amount of legal fees. But to Honorable Nalumango's point, if there is an opportunity for us to settle matters, definitely, ma'am, we definitely go look for that as a resolution first, because even in terms of our debt collection and that kind of thing, costs are topmost because of the budget cuts. So we do consider alternative methods for even collecting our debts, and even alternative dispute resolution mechanisms when it comes to some of our internal processes. The issue around the medical aid for the retired people, these were employees that had already retired, and I think that was part of their contracts at the time in terms of their conditions of service, and this predates us, I think, as the executive team as well. But once again, I'll ask our corporate services executive to just elaborate a little bit in terms of that, so we can respond to Honorable Nalumango. Then the issue around the last one was the 4.2 million rand in terms of our grants and whether it's recovered or not. Honorable Nalumango, usually these grants, I think, and I stand to be corrected, they usually paid upfront in terms of research proposals that we've submitted. And it's a matter of accounting practice in relation to how we move those funds from the accounts where they've been received into the source expense accounts. But Dr. Mpepia would be able to elaborate specifically on the funding aspect of it from our funders, and the CFO will indicate whether we've recovered or taken all those expenses into account in terms of our accounting. But it's usually grant funding that we have received already. Then I think I sort of got Honorable Manaka's first input, but that was the security at the stations. and I think it talks to Honorable Kumalo's questions as well around the security measures before the stations and what was done subsequent to that. And I'll get the executive IIS to respond on those issues. I think I've covered everything according to my notes, Chair. So let me hand over. Let me start with the executive for Weather and Climate Services, Dr. Mpepia, on the issues around the products, and then we can hand over to Mr. Ndabambi and then Ms. Decker. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Abada. They can follow in that order, Honorable Mr. Abada. The people who will be assisting you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Mpepia.
Thank you so much, CEO, and thank you for honorable members and board chairperson. Yes, the 4 products that we're developing for this financial year are the first one is called Automated Radar-Based Significant Rainfall Alert System. It's an alert system that uses radar data and model data to come up with a forecast that help us in identifying significant rainfall events. And this type of products we are employing for sectors like mining, those mining that are doing open cast. Normally, if they want to know when to deploy or maybe to take out their equipment, they will rely on that type of information. But besides that, other sectors outside the commercial part will be the DRR, which is the disaster risk reduction sectors, the hydrology or agriculture. So these are some of the products that we do come up with, and then we take them to the market to recover the cost. But also, we also then use them for public goods services. The second one, the second products that we are working on or currently finalizing is on the enhanced satellite nowcasting system. And this uses the satellite data and the state-of-the-art assimilation techniques to help us in improving the short-term weather forecasting. The short-term weather forecasting are those forecasts that takes us up to the 10 days forecast. And basically, this then assists us specifically in areas where we don't have enough radar coverage. So then it closes those gaps using this type of products that we're developing. So the users for this are mainly the disaster risk reduction and water management. So they will be able to use those type of products, mainly for public good. The other product, which is the third product for this financial year, will be where we do historic model data analysis for observational network enhancement. This product addresses gaps in observational networks so as to close climate data information and assist us in coming trends, long-term climate monitoring trends. And lastly, the other product that we'll be working on is called Conformal Cubic Atmospheric Model Seasonal Forecasting System. Here, it's a model that we're working with the Australian CSIRO and our researchers. We're trying to come up with a seamless system that will assist us in providing seasonal forecasts. Those are the 6 months, what the weather will look like, and then the climate will look like in the next 6 months. So those are the 4 products, and those products are used also by disaster risk management and hydrology and agriculture. They rely on this type of products. So those are the 4 products for this financial year. Over to you, Doc. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. It's Mnikeli Ndabambi speaking now. Good morning to honorable members, board chairs. Honorable Chair, I'm just adding where CEO said I should add regarding this cyber. So we've got some experts and service providers and partners on site since that attack. So what is important is that as they investigate the breach and then rebuilding, but they are also exploring both interim and long-term ways of security to restore the encrypted system. And then which will lead eventually to restoration of all the services. The services have been restored partially, but we are still able to serve as per our mandate. Again, what is important, members, is that so the ICT security is being strengthened and is being enhanced at various levels as the restoration is happening. Just to make sure it will be more hardened than before the attack. And then I think the other one, members, was related to advance accurate and reliable systems and technology. And then he did mention a couple also and the radars there. But we are also busy with a modernization plan. We're upgrading about 82 automatic weather stations. We had about 400 manual rainfall stations that need to be automated so that they are more accurate. And we are also expecting delivery of 7 hydrogen generators that are supporting our upper air observations. And we are also upgrading our lightning detection and network. I think he has spoke to the other areas, members. And then members, regarding the Diepkloof, Emalahleni, Zamdela stations, and then there was also a question what security measures that were there before, as we are now also planning for a relocation. We have been having palisade fences, upload locks for shelters, and also locks for the gates. And also they were within the secured fenced-off area. We're also having monitoring and the armed response. So the relocation has not happened. I think it was Honorable Temba that asked also how many that were already relocated. So the relocation process is going to relocate 4 in total of the priority stations that we are monitoring. So in addition to those that were mentioned, Diepkloof, Zamdela, and Emalahleni, there's also a Sharpeville station that will be relocated. And then another question that was related to load shedding, what have been done. I think the CEO mentioned what we have done there, but also in addition to these automatic voltage regulators and battery backup powers, we also started the alternative source of energy. We started with our Irene premises, which they not only have radar, they also have offices, and that radar is critical to support the aviation in the OR Tambo airport. So we've put solar there as an alternative source of energy, and then we're gonna expand that project. But what we have learned now, although the security was enhanced, but as we put solar, is attracting more thieves. So as we go to other sites, we will first start with the security and then install the solar panel. Otherwise, they will not be safe, those panels. I think I've covered CEO those areas where I had to fit in. Thank you. I think it's Ms. Dekker now.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Members, Deputy Minister and colleagues. Chairperson, I would like to respond to the two questions relating to the vacant positions as well as the post-retirement medical aid benefit. In terms of the vacant positions, yes, we definitely do have a plan to fill the vacant positions, and we're also working on methods to try and reduce the recruitment timelines. Chair, up to the end of Q2, we already filled 29 of the vacant positions, and up to the end of Q3, we filled 42 vacant positions. But we should also keep in mind that a number of these positions are filled through internal promotions, meaning that the impact on the budget is actually just the increase in that employee's salary and not the full position. But we're also dealing with resignations as we fill positions, and we also have people that went on retirement. So we're constantly trying to fill those positions, but I can assure the committee that the number of positions we recruited for up to the end of Q2 is more than the number of resignations we received. So we are filling the vacant positions as budget allow. Chair, in terms of the post-retirement medical aid, as the CEO explained, when we were still the Weather Bureau, the employees had a benefit of medical aid until they pass away one day. But it's for both them and their dependents. So when we then became South African Weather Service, the old employees kept that benefit, but the new employees, the medical aid looks differently. So the pool that we're dealing with currently, it's not only two people, it's the people plus their dependents, which is a spouse. And if there are minor children, it will include the minor children. But new employees will not benefit from this medical aid. So the actuarial valuation will be based on the life expectancy of the employee as well as the dependents. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Dekker. There is a message on the chat box. The second question from Honorable Managa. How many weather monitoring stations are reporting as required? If that one can be responded to, CEO, so that we know that all questions have been covered.
Thank you, Chair. Just off the top of my head, I think we have about 249 weather stations. With the cyber attack, some of them were not able to report, but I think the bulk of them have been restored from what my understanding. I'll ask the executive also to just talk to that. And then also there was a question around the research funding. Dr. Mpepia and CFO, if you can just respond to that as well, please. Mr. Ndabambi?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Chair. So the weather stations that were affected, it was temporarily because it was due to the transmission of data, which is more ICT. For example, the data that is moving from a weather station to the computer system so that it is quality controlled and it is usable. So there were not much that were affected. I don't know the number just of the head at the moment, but there was that transmission disturbance to those weather stations. I'm not sure, maybe the question was also more on the air quality. That's what I was thinking. But in the equality now, as well, are relocating 4 out of the 15 that we monitor for priority areas, and then we've got 11 that are active. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
If I may come in.
Okay.
Thank you so much. With regard to the donor funding, yes, as a matter of principle, we do tender and get, we write proposal for various funds. And the ones that we're talking now is for a wiser project, which is funded by the UK. And it's we're implementing it in the SEDEC region. And from time to time, whenever we do our projects there, we do incur cost and then we recover from the funders. And to date, there has been 6 payments and 4 in 2024. And as we're talking, 2 in February. I think to date we have received 7.9 and we've expensed close to 4.4. So that and then we're sitting with 3.5 in the account, which we'll have to expend from the current travel. So that's all for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Mr. Abada?
I said thank you, Chair. I think we've addressed all the questions by the honourable members. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Abada. I do not see any follow-up hands. Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Source. We are now going to move to our second item of the agenda, a presentation from South African National Parks. I'm going to hand over to the chairperson of the board to give us a brief overview before we hand over to the CEO. Over to you, Mamiako.
Thank you, Chairperson. I have switched on my camera just very briefly. I will then proceed with the camera off, if that's okay.
It's okay, ma'am.
Thank you. Honorable Chairperson and honorable members of the committee, Deputy Minister, Honorable Swartz, who's leading our delegation, chairpersons or my colleagues from other entities and DDG and other senior managers from the department in attendance, CEOs as from the entities and other senior managers from entities and other colleagues that are in attendance. Greetings this morning. Just to indicate, Chair, that we're presenting Q1 and Q2 almost at the end of Q4. And most of the targets and that we have not been able to achieve, we had, as I suppose the committee would have expected us to, have put in already at the end of Q2 measures to deal with those, and in most of them we have seen some significant improvement along the lines of the targets of performance set by the committee. So much as this is Q1 and Q2, Honorable Chairperson and members, in most of those areas, which might look like at the time we were behind, we've managed to catch up, but we will present that at an appropriate time. I just thought, let me also say that in setting the context. As we indicated to the committee in October, we are in the process, we launched in September 2024, what we call Vision 2040. And as we move forward, we continue to make sure that we're in the implementation of Vision 2040, which seeks to shift our approach and how we deal with conservation in moving forward. And we are currently crisscrossing the country, engaging stakeholders now on a different track, on trying to, having consulted them on what aspirations were, we are now working with them in developing concrete actions of implementation, as the Honorable Deputy Minister has indicated, within our mega living landscapes. And so we are doing work in that regard. And primarily, Honorable Chairperson and members, is to also find new ways of shifting conservation from what we used to call fortress conservation to much more developmental, where we co-create with stakeholders in and around our national parks, but at the same time also make sure that our national parks play a pivotal role in, or a catalyst role in terms of bringing development, whether it's on the social side or also on the economic side in some of these areas, whilst strengthening our work, which is our primary mandate, around conservation, and make sure that the issues around environment, ecological footprint, and protection of species and landscapes and are also critical in our work. So that's basically what has been informing our work moving forward, Chairperson. And we continue to do our work with regard to protecting and ensuring that the national parks that we are entrusted with a responsibility to look after are not only islands, but they are also important areas that people could connect with, increasing efforts of collaboration and also co-management, and ensuring that there is a sustainable use of our natural resources whilst promoting harmony between people and nature. In addition to this, Chairperson, we're also doing our work in terms of advancement of cultural heritage, and some of the initiatives which would report on in Q4. Sorry, when we do Q3 reporting, we will give a little bit about that. Just to say, Honorable Chairperson and members, there are some significant developments in the context in which we're working at an international level. In some cases, it has had an impact in terms of our efforts, because some of our programs, like wildlife crime, we had been in partnership or had resources from some of the with donor countries, notably the United States. We are working on checking the extent of that impact, where we have had an initial assessment of what that was. We have been able, from own resources, given where we are financially, we're able to absorb some of the costs without necessarily impacting on our ability to deliver. But we're doing further analysis of this, whilst at the same time increasing our efforts, Chairperson and honorable members, in terms of resource mobilization and diversifying other sources of income, which include engaging corporate South Africa and ensuring that they can also come into the party as they have in the past, to see what other programs and what other initiatives they could finance or co-finance as we move forward. We also, Chairperson, as we're presenting this report, encourage as an entity that that is also involved in terms of not only sustainability, but also in terms of our tourism offerings, that we are encouraged by the opportunities presented by South Africa or the country's G20 presidency. And that in itself has started to open some opportunities from a revenue generation point of view for us as an entity in terms of looking at issues like climate change adaptation, green energy solutions, and also wildlife issues of wildlife crime. We are also using this not only to market, ensure that the visitors also use our facilities to increase our revenue and generate income, but we are also using it to also ensure that there is thought leadership, because some of the, if historically South African national parks has been a thought leader in terms of ways to do conservation, and we want to use this time to also continue with that work. Also, just a couple of other points, Chair, as the CEO gets ready to present, that we're continuing our efforts with regard to wildlife crime, and included in that we're strengthening our efforts with regard to dealing with issues of rhino poaching and snaring that we had reported before, that we're starting to see. In this regard, along the Kruger National Park, we've started extensive work to develop with communities on a snaring action plan, which includes elements of education and awareness, strengthening law enforcement, and creation of economic opportunities to enhance livelihoods. Honorable Chairperson, with regard to tourism specifically, you would note that in the beginning of the year, we had, the first quarter, we had seen some improvement, and then there was an impact in quarter two. Just to indicate that we are seeing that those numbers in latter quarters are being addressed, and the quarter two issue was related to the maintenance of the Table Mountain Aerial Cableway. And as indicated, Chairperson, though that target that was, so when we set the target, we had not envisaged this, but we have in the last two quarters worked on addressing this particular issue. And last but not least, Chairperson, when the committee visited us or did an oversight at the Kruger National Park, there was a presentation from ourselves and a focus on land claims in the Kruger National Park. And also from our side, we appreciated the guidance provided by the committee to ourselves and at the time, but also to indicate that the minister has had an engagement together with his counterpart on land reform and rural development to look at and to work with the communities. There had been an initial engagement, and there's another engagement planned for the 8th of April, where we would be supporting the minister to be talking to or engaging and finding solutions to this issue. So that is scheduled for in 2 weeks' time, led by the minister, and to continue to take guidance from our political principles on the way forward on this. And then, Chairperson, without further ado, let me hand over to the Chief Executive Officer, who is accompanied, as you had indicated in your introductions, by other colleagues like the acting CFO and other colleagues who are in the executive of St. Parks to take the committee through Q1 and Q2 performance. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and members.
Thank you, Mamiako. Over to you, Ms. Pilwe.
Good morning, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. I'd like to also greet Deputy Minister Swartz and acknowledge an absentia, as well as DM Singh as well, who is an absentia, along with the DG, who is also not with us today. I'd like to acknowledge the Chair and the CEO of SOARS, as well as the teams that are representing them, and colleagues from DFFE, St. Parks and SOARS who are present in this virtual meeting today. Without spending too much time, what I'm going to do, with your permission, Chair, is to go through a few highlights and then focus on the areas of non-achievement so that it gives us enough time to take questions at the end of the presentation. Can I go to page 3? 3? Thank you. We thought to come back to you, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, on issues that you've previously raised in this committee. The first one being the issue of cattle in Kruger National Park, and the challenges we have faced with cattle entering the park, and the impact that has on the community who own these cattle, as well as the impact on ourselves having to make very specific decisions with regards to how we deal with the livestock. I'm pleased to announce that we are creating strategic holding camps within Kruger, so that when we find these cattle, we're able to pen them as quickly as possible, to ensure that no contact with wildlife. We're also creating a procedure for dealing with livestock in the park. We are prioritizing the repair of perimeter fences. This happens mostly in the northern area of the Kruger National Park, and we are also recruiting fence monitors. In partnership with the SAPS Stock Theft Unit, as well as the State Vet, we are engaging in creating awareness of stock branding and vaccination. And with regards to the issue of stock branding, we do find that most of the cattle that we find in the park are not branded, so we cannot trace them back to any owner, or owners cannot come and identify them and be verified as the true owners. The issue of snaring in Kruger National Park has been raised within the committee. And as the chair has also indicated, we have been running workshops with neighboring communities so that we understand the drivers of snaring, and together with the stakeholders, with the communities, co-create the solutions. The outcomes of these workshops have been very illuminating for us. We have drawn insights that we previously did not have. So we have developed a snaring action plan, which is an integrated plan. And this includes education and awareness. The chair has touched on this. I will not repeat it. With regards to consequence management relating to irregular expenditure, we have invested in training of our SCM officials in October and November for them to understand the PFMA, for them to understand what it is that constitutes irregular expenditure. And as at end of quarter 2, 78% of the cases had been finalized. But as we speak now, there's been significant traction that has been made. And we still are remaining committed to finalizing these cases by the end of the financial year, which is a week away. The issue of people with disabilities, we are now putting additional energy into targeted recruitment of people with disabilities, and we have now achieved our targets for quarter 2 with regards to disabilities. We are still, however, short of the national targets of 2%, and we can assure you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, that this is receiving a very strong focus from ourselves. The next page, page 4. Quarter 1 started off very slow, but that is very typical of quarter 1 for a number of reasons, where we scored 68%. But by the end of quarter 2, we had seen a significant improvement, with only 3 out of 26 of our targets not being achieved. So at the end of quarter 2, we were standing at 88% on target. Next page. As you will see, and I will focus, let's go to page 6, sorry. As you will see, I'll focus primarily on quarter 2 because most of the underperformance on quarter 1 had been corrected by the end of quarter 2. There were 3 areas where there was 1 target each that was not met, and that is under outcome goal 2, outcome goal 3, and outcome goal 4. We'll now go to page 7. Just to highlight, Chair, Honorable Chair, and Honorable Chair and Honorable Committee members, I'm told I am breaking. How is the...
Yes, you are fine now. Yes, when you started, there were some kind of glitches, but I think your network is stable now. But we will inform you when you are breaking again.
Okay, thank you, Honorable
Chair. Continue, CE.
Thank you. So just to give you an overview of some highlights in terms of the targets that we are particularly proud to have achieved or exceeded in outcome goal 1, the rehabilitation of wetlands is of particular pride for us because we have exceeded that. I'd like to draw your attention under outcome goal 2 that we exceeded our customer service indicator rating. That's what we call the CSI rating.
You are breaking now. CE?
I am.
Can you try and move? Yes, you are breaking now.
I'm going to present from a different laptop. If you can just give me 2 minutes.
Okay. Okay, it's fine then.
Pepper said, I don't hear anything. I don't know whether it's my network or...
No, it's not you, Makumalo. The CEO is changing the gadgets because she has been experiencing some glitches. So we have just allowed her to switch from the laptop she was using to another one. That's why it
Thank
is
you.
quiet.
Thank
No,
you.
it's not your problem. Okay. CE, are you back? Or we can just take a 5-minute comfort break just to allow her to fix her, yeah. Can we do that, honorable members? If it's fine with you, can we just take this 5-minute comfort break? Or is it too
Yes.
long? 5 minutes.
I'm
5
back,
minutes is
Honorable.
fine.
Oh, you are
Oh,
back? Oh no, she's back. She's back. We wanted
okay.
to have, to allow time for her. You can continue, CE. You are muted, CE. Can you continue?
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair. You let me know if the problem persists. I have changed gadgets, and I'm hoping that it will be a much better process going forward. Apologies about that. I was just indicating that we have exceeded our target on our customer service indicator, which I was just saying is a very critical indicator for us because we run tourism products. And therefore, when we find that our customer service is very highly rated, it does become a very critical measure for us with regards to customer satisfaction. We also have exceeded our accommodation occupancy targets. We had a target, we've increased by 0.6%, which is above the target that we'd set. Next page. We have also exceeded our target in terms of the number of animals that we have delivered to communities and individual emerging game farmers. This is our wildlife economy project that we're particularly proud of. We have exceeded our targets on FTE jobs and generally around issues to do with EPWP. With regards to our wildlife economy projects, we have also invested significantly in training the beneficiaries of our game donations. Next page. We have invested, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, very significantly in this year in learning and development and have invested 34.7% of our payroll. This is equating to 6.9 million. We also have allowed free access during our Sandparks Week, which happens in in September of every year. We had initially targeted 80,000 people to gain free access to the parks, and we achieved over 91,000. This is a very critical program for us, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, because it provides your ordinary South African, particularly those who under normal circumstances would not afford to gain access to the parks, at least a week where they can get to experience the natural heritage of South Africa as best as possible. So we are particularly proud of that program as well. I'll now jump into the areas of underperformance, Honorable Chair, and go to page 20. Thank you. We missed our target of a 5% increase on the number of tourists who come into our parks. So we were slightly off target by 0.8%. And the chairperson, as well as the deputy minister, also touched on issues of the cable car at the Table Mountain National Park. being serviced for far longer than we had anticipated. We lost 75,000 visitors, we estimate, during that period. But as Chair has also indicated, now that we sit in Q4, we look back and we are now seeing that from a revenue point of view, as much as we were slightly unbalanced by this stoppage of operation, from a revenue point of view, we have now exceeded our targets for Q3. So we are relatively comfortable that that slight disruption has been corrected, at least from a revenue point of view, which is where it matters most. Can we go to page 27? You will note, as I indicated, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, I'm only really focusing on Q2 underperformance as well. In Q2, under the issue of EPWP, we had set a target of 60% of these EPW jobs to be dedicated to women. We've only managed to achieve 55%. And the reason for this is that 55% has always been our original target, that we achieved with great ease. In this financial year, we changed the target slightly, added 5%, and we are finding that our contractors are finding it difficult to adapt to this additional target or additional percentage to meet. We have sensitized them very, very strongly that this target has to be met. So, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, it really is just perhaps a slight glitch caused by the fact that we tweaked our targets in this financial year. You will recall that in the past, we have exceeded and traditionally have exceeded our targets around the number of jobs we create for youth and for women in EPWP. You will also then note, by the way, as much as it is not read, that we have exceeded our targets with regards to people with disabilities that we've employed in our EPWP jobs. So we had a 2% target, we exceeded. We now have 5% as the actual percentage of people that we have on board. I'll go to then page 35. I touched on the issue of revenue, tourism revenue, earlier on when I was discussing the issue of tourism volumes or numbers of tourists. We were off target by 8.2% at the end of Q2. I have indicated that we have exceeded our budget in Q3. And we've actually exceeded our annual budget in Q3. So we are very comfortable that as much as it looked very dire for Q1 and Q2, we have corrected this situation and we're relatively comfortable. That said, we did tweak the target ever so slightly to just ensure that we are in line with the reality of the fact that we have now recovered from the pandemic. What was happening is that post-pandemic, the trajectory of growth and recovery was particularly steep, and we were at times improving at two-digit percentages. It is very clear that this trend is now stabilizing and even going back to normal percentages of growth. So we've had to recalibrate a little bit to take into consideration that the entire industry is perhaps stabilizing and going back to its normal 5% thereabouts year-on-year growths. But that said, this issue is now corrected. And through you, Chair, Honorable Chair and Honorable Committee members, may I request that I hand over to the acting CFO to present the financial performance, and that is on page 41. Thank you.
Over to you, CFO.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good morning, Honorable Chair, once again, and members, Deputy Minister Swart, the chairperson of the board for SunParks, all the other chairpersons of the board, CEO of SunParks, and all the other CEs, all other colleagues in the meeting. I'll be presenting the results or the performance of SunParks as at Q2, which is from the 1st of April until the 30th of September. So in terms of our statement of comparison of budget, as at Q2, we managed to collect 1.8 billion versus a budget of 1.895 billion, which we were slightly under by 1%. And the main driver of the underperformance in our revenue is the revenue from non-exchange transaction. You will note that we actually lagged behind in that space by 4%. And the main driver in that underperformance was our donation and our grants, specifically in the land acquisition, and which, in terms of where we are now, we've slightly improved. In terms of our total expenditure, you will note that we realized a savings of 12% as at September. And the savings that we've realized were mainly due to the four main line items that you know. The first one is human resources, which we realized a savings of 4%. And the main driver in that space was the vacancies that we were still yet to fill. And then in terms of the next line item, which is maintenance cost, in terms of maintenance, you can stand there at the slide 41. Thank you. In terms of maintenance cost, as at September, we had a savings of 35%. And in this space, we have slightly improved here. We've committed in terms of our maintenance cost, and that has been addressed. In terms of operating costs and other operating costs, we realized a savings of 22% and 5% respectively. And then you can go through slide 46, please. In terms of our ratio analysis in the statement of comparison of budget, we, as at September 2024, we reported a net surplus of 224 million, and which is an increase of 95% when you compare it to the prior year, which was a surplus of 150 million. And our operating margins as at Q2 was 12%, which has significantly improved from the 7% in the previous financial year. And this is a good indicator of a better cost management. In terms of our liquidity and solvency ratio, our current ratio as at September was 1.33 to 1, and compared to the previous year of 1.34 to 1, which slightly decreased by a 0.1 basis point. And this is still acceptable within our industry. In terms of our quick ratio, we had realized a 1.3 to 1, and this has remained the same when you compare it to the previous year. and it still indicates that we are less reliant on inventory to cover our short-term liabilities. In terms of our working capital, we have a favorable working capital of 2.6 billion, which was realized in the second quarter. And the positive and this positively indicate that we won't suffer any liquidity issues in the short-term future. In terms of our debt to equity ratio, which is the next slide. Yes, thank you. In terms of our debt to equity ratio, we realized the 0.81 to 1 this is a slight improvement when you compare it to the previous year of 0.88 to 1. And this indicates that we have reduced our financial leverage and we are making less or we are less reliant on debt. Our debt to asset ratio as at September was 45%, which means that 45% of our assets are financed through debt and 55% of our assets are financed internally. That is the end of our summary of the financial performance. I'm not sure, CE, should I continue with the audit?
Yes, please.
Yes, please. Okay, thank you. In terms of our audit action plans for 2024, FCE has indicated when she started, as well as the chairperson of the board, we have closed a number of findings and we are working hard to make sure that by 31st of March, we've closed all our findings in terms of our action plan. If you look at the first finding, we've already implemented all the actions as at 31st of July 2024, as well as the single source deviation, which was also closed at 31st of October 2024, which the CE has also reiterated in her slides. In terms of our irregular expenditure, also the chairperson as well as the CE has indicated in terms of our progress in space, and we are working hard to make sure that we close all the consequence management as at 31st of March 2025. In terms of the public entity, you can scroll to the next one. Okay. So in terms of the finding, the third finding of us not determining if or not meeting the regulation 16A 7.7, this also has been implemented and we are now in compliance of regulation 16A as we speak. We can move to the next slide. In terms of our unspent conditional grant, we've also implemented that action plan. We've introduced a quarterly financial statements, which are reviewed by independent service providers to make sure that we comply with all the relevant prescripts of financial accounting. And if you move to the next slide, we've also moved to the next slide. Yes, thank you. We've also, no, the one previous, sorry. Yes, thank you. In terms of our asset management, we've just since the board since approved our asset policy, which deals or which has been updated with a number of asset, I suppose, guidelines, the impairment guidelines, as well as the guidelines for repairs and maintenance with the capital expenditure. And that has also been implemented. I think those are the ones that I would have loved to, or that I was able to report on. Thank you.
Thank you, CFO. I think that is the end of SANParks presentation. If I'm correct, I am now going to move to the members. I'm going to note hands for questions. Members, I see the first hand of Honorable Mkhize, followed by Honorable Khumalo, Honorable Peach, followed by Honorable Nalumango, Honorable Managa, welcome back. So Mkhize, it's number 1, Khumalo number 2, Peach number 3, Nalumango number 4, Managa number 5. I will note Honorable Temba because I know he has a problem of noting, of raising a hand. Honorable Temba will be number 6. In that order, honorable members. Honorable Mkhize, over to you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Greetings to our Honorable DM and the Honorable Chairpersons and CEOs and all the officials present. I have just only 2 questions. The other one is I had our CEO presenting and explaining about the EPWP gender gap participation, but concerning that initially they were planning for 55% within Q1 and Q2. But now there's a 60% target. What are the monitoring measures are being implemented to close this gender gap? Because we would love to see our women given an opportunity in every aspect. Maybe if she can further explain the monitoring measures concerning that. The second one is with the tourism revenue underperformance, where they state that tourism revenue grew just 9.7% and 8.2% in the first 2 quarters. My question is, what new marketing and product diversification plans are in place to reverse this underperformance? Maybe if they can also give us clarify there as well, with the tourism revenue underperformance, I'll be happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mkhize. Honorable Khumalo.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me take this opportunity, Chairperson, to welcome the presentation from SANPark. We'd really appreciate it. Chair, but I'm having some few questions that I want to pose to the CEO of the park. One, Chair, noting that 827 FTEs job opportunities were created, can you please explain what kind of jobs are these and what are the demographics of the beneficiaries? Chair, are these temporary jobs or long-term employment opportunities? What is the major contributing factor for the entity not being able to recruit persons with disabilities? Is it lack of skills or their limitations based on their abilities? Has the entity tried to recruit via NGOs as we've advised in our last engagement? Remember, Chairperson, in our last engagement, we've advised SANPark that the the organizations or NGOs of people living with disabilities must be engaged to check whether can't we get people with disabilities who might be qualified to be employed so that we can meet the ratio as the entity. Chair, in terms of the graveyard monument in Ado Elephant National Park, the report states that upgrades could not continue because the plans for the site had to be withdrawn. Chair, what was the reason behind this and what additional costs were incurred? Noting that 8 tourism products have been implemented, has the entity assessed the value derived from such an investment? Is it conducive and attractive to tourists? To what extent do you collaborate with various stakeholders, such as the communities around sun parks and schools, so that there is collective pride and appreciation for the sun parks and the protection of people as well as the animals? Why, Chairperson, is the appointments are mostly made at managerial level with minimal opportunities created for our people at the grassroots level? Chairperson, we appreciate the new booking system installed, but I want just to check who's the owner of this system and how much was spent on it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Kumalo. Honorable Page.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much to the presenters. We really appreciate the presentation. Chair, I think I've been covered by Member Mkhize, and we also want to echo that we lament the non-performance in regards to the tourism performance. You know, we are quite concerned that the reporting timeframes make it very difficult for the portfolio committee to provide inputs in a timely fashion, you know, to the department to assist them in making corrective matters. And we hope to see in the next in the following quarters an improvement in that matrix. And then finally, my question just surrounds the ratio between the wage bill versus the operational costs. I was quite concerned to see the amount of money that was being spent on, for example, maintenance. And if the CEO could maybe just give us a bit of feedback in regards to that wage bill in regards to operations. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Page. Honorable Nalumango.
Thank you, Chair. I just would like first and foremost to welcome the presentation. I do have the following questions. In terms of the CEO and how much did the entity spend on the legal case related to the former CEO? What is the cumulative rand value attached to the loss of 75,000 visitors at the Table Mountain? So we would like to know rands and cents in terms of that. In terms of the EPWP, we see there was no improvements in terms of the targets that was set. One would just like to know what is attributing to the entity not meeting the targets. And what is the entity doing to get more women rangers on board? In our previous oversight visit, there were concerns about the land claims from the community members, and I think it was touched on in terms of the land claims, but is it possible for the entity to provide us with a full progress report to the committee in terms of, the land claim, the land claims and where we are standing currently with that. Previously we had when we were there, there was a case that was sub judice. We would like to just have a report in terms of how far is the case, etc., and how far are we in terms of processing everything in terms of the land claims. Chair, also, because we are public representatives there, members of the community have flagged a number of issues with some of the members of the committee pertaining to some of the HR processes in terms of appointments, where they are saying that, a person would retire at one park and then the person would then be appointed at another park, as well as, raising some issues in terms of competency of people that have been appointed. So if we could kindly be provided with a report appraising the committee on how many people have been appointed in different levels, their skills and the positions they occupy, then Chair, those two reports that I'm just proposing a request for it, then it would be highly appreciated. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nalumango. Honorable Manaka, you'll be followed by Honorable Temba.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. In the morning, I didn't have a chance to welcome the new board members. Let me also join those ones who were welcoming the new board members. Hopefully, we're going to work well during our term. Honorable Chairperson, Table Mountain is a must-see attraction for every visitor. In addition to what Honorable Nolumango has said, can the entity clarify us on how this visitor shortfall translates into monetary terms and detail the measures being implemented to mitigate further financial losses? Because this delay, House Chair, Honorable Chair, diminishes the experience that the visitors or tourists eagerly anticipate when they visit our country. With the issue of appointment of youth and children, the entity has shown a great improvement in reaching the target of youth that are employed, and also the people with disability employment. It's trying to meet its targets. But our worry, as raised by Honorable Mkhize, is the issue of 5% shortfall for the women. They said under their corrective actions that they will implement they will implement a recruitment strategies whereby they will improve performance monitoring on the program in Q3 so that they can improve. But which strategies are they going to employ, Honorable Chairperson, to improve? Because we have seen in the previous Q1, they didn't make it. Now in Q2, they didn't make it. The strategies that they are going to employ, can they reassure us as the portfolio committee that they are going to make sure that we get the results and meet the target, which is 60%? I so move, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Manaka. Honorable Temba.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I have some few questions to ask for SANParks. My question is based on underspending risk. With a 228 million underspending report by Q2, what are the potential risks to SANParks infrastructure, EPWP, delivery, and community programs? And my second question is on Delay Social Legacy Project. No business cases for social legacy project were developed in Q1. How will SANParks ensure all 6 projects are completed before the end of the financial year? And last one, it's an advice. Can SANParks please assist us by checking Cape Point? I think Cape Point, they are not maintaining it in a good way. Because when you walk up there, you can see the grass is growing between the paving and the resting areas. It needs to be painted. The sitting wood there that they've put there, it's already damaged. And I think even the painting on top there, the place doesn't look good, and I don't think it will be attracting more tourists in the future if we don't do maintenance. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kize. I also have few questions, 1 or 2 questions that I would like to raise with SANParks. Some of the questions have already been touched on by my colleagues. And as Honorable Nalumango mentioned, that we are public representatives. So we also engage with our other counterparts. Honorable members and colleagues, we have learned from the select committee members of the severe exploitation of Golden Gate Highlands National Park. And it was mentioned that it is a corridor for organized crime. And given the impacts on the park's ecological integrity and the safety of surrounding communities, can SANParks tell us what specific measurable actions have been taken by the relevant authorities, including law enforcement and park management during the period under review, and to address these criminal activities? And what are the documented outcomes of these actions? Also, what are the detailed risk assessment conducted to underscale and nature of and also nature of these criminal operations? And what are the resource allocation plans, including personnel and technology, to effectively combat these threats and secure the borders? Because, you know, once it comes from also from the select committee, it means it is very, very, very serious. So we also would like to get those answers. At the end of 2023-2024 financial year, the Auditor General flagged that 671 million in irregular expenditure was not yet investigated. And the AG findings indicated that the late development of action plans has led to the repeated audit findings. While it is noted that training of officials was conducted, as the CEO has mentioned, can you then tell us how much of the 671 million has been investigated to prevent the cycle repeated findings? And what mechanisms are being put in place to monitor and evaluate the effectiveness of these plans in addressing the root causes of irregular expenditure? You know, when SOurce was reporting, they've mentioned the challenge of hacking of their system. I just want to check with SANParks, if something like this happened to them, do they have a contingency plan should their system be hacked? And Removed. Okay, there's also reports of livestock predation by lions and in unfenced areas that are bordering Kruger National Park, and this challenge, it is resulting to tensions between farmers and park rangers. What some parks have implemented specific measures. I wanted to check whether some parks have implemented specific measures to address this root cause of these conflicts, and also if they have any strategies to protect both livestock and wildlife. If they can respond to these questions. I just want to check if I've not missed anything that I've noted, because I've noted some few, but others have been raised by members. Okay, the last one for SANParks. What were the key findings emanating from the climate change vulnerability assessment that was conducted for West Coast National Park and Marakele NPS and West Coast MPA, if they can also respond to that. Thank you, and over to you, CEO.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I will call on both my colleagues and my chairperson to assist with some questions. Perhaps I can just request the chairperson to respond, even though she had mentioned this in her opening address, to issues to do with the land claimants, the Kruger National Park land claimants, and to also respond to the question relating to the former CEO. Through you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Let me start with the land claims. The committee members would recall where we were in October when you visited us. We were at a stage where the process had reached an impasse. And the next step would have been to go into arbitration. And in so far that was and we also presented to the committee what was the offer that SANParks had put on the table, which offer at the time was had been rejected in the formal negotiation processes. Then the minister, who is I do want to chairperson also clarify that the signatory to the agreement on issues of land claims is the minister. The minister decided that he wanted to engage the communities one more time. As indicated, such engagement happened in December 2024, and Minister reported to us the communities had felt that they needed to go back to consult, but it looked like there was some meeting of minds at the time. The minister has now scheduled a follow-up meeting, which is, as indicated in my opening remarks, it's on the 8th of April. We have been asked to provide the minister with the offer that was made and further preparations. And in our understanding, Honorable Chair and members, that process at the moment is managed at ministerial level. However, we are supporting the minister in terms of the engagement, and the next meeting is scheduled for the 8th of April, and probably there would be progress or further progress after that. With regard to the former CEO, the figure, we can provide an update since the last time we provided a report to the committee, which we will provide a written latest figure. Safe to say that, Chairperson and members, what happened from September last year, and members would recall that this matter is at the CCMA now. From September last year through the former CEO lawyers, we heard that the former CEO was in hospital and in ICU and could not participate in the process of finalizing the case. As far as we know, there is the CEO or former CEO has now been discharged. However, he has not been able to continue because of ill health with the case. And now we've asked which is something that is beyond our control now, because with this matter is a CCMA matter. We have, and it's been almost 6 months since the last time the hearing set. We have written to the CCMA because there are provisions to deal with cases when something like this happens, and we are pursuing those because on our side, as we had indicated before, this matter we needed to resolve it in line with the laws of the country, and also finish it with the time that is allocated. So unfortunately, Chairperson and honorable members, at this stage, we're awaiting the ruling of the CCMA on this issue. But in terms of how much we have spent since the last time we've given a written response to Parliament, we will continue to do so, and we'll provide that within that time. With regard to just one more issue, with regard to irregular expenditure, when we presented to the committee in October last year, we said all but consequence management relating to irregular expenditure, we had said we will complete that by the 31st of March. We have, as the board, finalized that on the 31st of March. We are dealing with quarter 1 and quarter 2. And we have, as far as we're concerned, finished all consequence management. And the last board meeting of March considered the final report with regard to the outstanding consequence management matters. And that is on our side at this stage, as indicated in October, completed. That is for members would recall, this dates back to 2017 and even dates back to the work of the current board. We have cleared all of the cases, and until the end of the last financial year, which would be the 31st of March 2024. So we have dealt with that. And then lastly, Chairperson, I think for me, I just wanted a little bit more clarity. I don't know, CEO, if you got the thing with regard to the actual issues of concern from the select committee with regard to the Golden Gate, because we had engaged the committee. When they did an oversight visit, we went there. Board members attended, and there was a follow-up. There's a question. I'll answer that through you, Chair. And there's a follow-up. There was a follow-up report provided to the committee in terms of the concern. in my recollection, Honorable Chairperson, I don't seem to have, in terms of those concerns that were raised in those meetings by the committee, select committee, and we can that there was something about the conservation side being degraded, but we can follow up and check what is the situation and provide a written report. But we have provided a report on the issues that were raised, which were primarily by the select committee related to issue of land claims and related, but we can go back and see whether there was any other issues that the select committee raised that we have not responded to, and also address if any, and it hasn't come to the board level yet, that there were other conservation or biodiversity related concerns, but we can come back to that. With your permission, Honorable Khumalo has asked if there's that the CEO still getting his salary to date. No, through you, Chairperson, if I may answer this question. The former CEO finished, or the relationship with the organization SANParks was severed in June 2022. So he has not since that date. That's why we now have a new CEO. But however, he took the matter to the CCMA. So in terms of a salary, he's not drawing a salary since 2022. And when the case was completed formally on our side, we are what the costs that we're incurring, because the matter, as the law so requires, are matters pertaining to the legal fees and related with regard to not a disciplinary case now, a CCMA case. And that is the cost that we're talking about. But from a salary point of view, so since the previous CEO was dismissed, no more salary was paid to him. Thank you, Chairperson. I think the CEO and team can pick up the rest. Thank you.
CEO.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Honorable Chair. As I indicated, I will request some colleagues of mine to also assist here and there. But perhaps the least disruptive way of dealing with this is for me to answer some of the questions, that I can cover from my side, and then I will call on them. I'll start with Honorable Mkhize, specifically the issue of tourism revenue. And the question was, are there any new marketing and diversification plans? Honorable Mkhize, the organization is constantly seeking to broaden its market base as best as possible. And in the past 2 years, we have invested quite significantly in marketing, particularly in the area of social media, with the intention of diversifying our clientele, both from a race and an age perspective. With regards to diversification of products, we tend to rely very much on public-private partnerships to bring a diversified model of activities into our parks, and I'm specifically referring here to things like luxury lodges, things like retail stores. These are all tourism products that we also recognize that they're not necessarily within our competency as an entity. And as I said, it's things like 5-star lodges. So we do have a pipeline of about 100 public-private partnerships that we plan to implement in the next, give or take, decade. We currently stand at 70 triple Ps, and we do find that they provide a very significant level of diversification for us. And Honorable Mkhize, I'll just request another colleague to deal with the EPWP question, so it's not that I'm ignoring it. Honorable Khumalo, the issue of disabilities, we have taken your advice in terms of using NGOs to find people with disabilities. We have also created relationships with academia to assist us in creating a pipeline of people with disabilities that can be absorbed into the organization. I must just indicate that as much as we are not at the national target of 2%, we have moved from a time when we simply could not even reach 1% to where we are now, which is 1.3%. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that we're also sensitizing our environment, as in the people who make hiring decisions in the organization, to be sensitized to consider disabled people. We are now further taking more serious measures with regards to managers and monitoring them regarding their ability to meet that disability targets within their units and various divisions. So we're beginning to see the outcomes of this additional activity that we have invested in. As I also indicated when I presented earlier, when it comes to EPWP, we have really exceeded consistently the target for disabled people being absorbed into EPWP projects. We currently stand at 5% of all EPWP jobs being held by disabled people. We are confident that as much as we're lagging behind the 2% national target, that we are going to see a change in the coming year and 2 years with regards to this particular indicator. Regarding the graveyard monument at Ado, indeed additional costs were incurred because we had to redraw plans. If memory serves me well, that particular area borders a SAPS building, South African Police Services building. And there were issues to do with encroachment, if I may use that word, into their site. Our designs were deemed by SAPS to be too close to their fence. So that really is what necessitated us to go back to the drawing board and come back with a new design. And yes, we did incur additional costs. They are not excessive, but they are there. They're additional. The tourism products that we report on, Honorable Khumalo, in terms of their value and their attractiveness, earlier on I made reference to the triple Ps. So the ones that we report on when we say 8 tourism products in the APP, we're referring to the triple Ps themselves. And every triple P, before it is put out to tender, there is a significant due diligence done to determine whether it will be of attractiveness to the market. And as you can imagine, because these are investor funds, by the time the private sector does take up the opportunity, they have assessed the opportunity in terms of its attractiveness to consumers. So we're very comfortable with what they bring to the party in terms of consumer preferences, as well as the value that they add to our parks. You also mentioned, Honorable Khumalo, that we are recruiting only at managerial level. I quickly just went through my records here, and I've established that out of 430, give or take, recruitment processes in the past, in this financial year, only 61 were managerial. Please excuse me, I'm reading in my spreadsheet. Only 61 were managerial. The majority, which is 370, were non-managerial, Honorable. This also includes that we have in this financial year recruited 54 additional rangers for what we call our strategic focus law enforcement parks, Mapungubwe, Table Mountain, and Kruger. These are the parks that we have identified at this present moment to be needing additional law enforcement capacity. The new tourism system was procured through a tender process, give or take 3 or so years ago. I can confirm the accuracy of when this tender process was undertaken, Honorable Khumalo. The tender was won by an entity known as Gijima, which is a well-known technology or ICT operator within South Africa. You then asked how much has been spent. I need to verify that in terms of how much we have procured this particular system for. But I need for it to be understood that this tourism management system is, for lack of a better word, the engine of SANParks. It is through this system that we do all our tourism bookings. Whichever system is in place at any given time is therefore a critical pillar for revenue generation. The system we currently, that this new system is replacing, was over 2 decades old and was inhibiting our ability to maximize tourism revenue growth over the years, because the technology was simply outdated. And in the industry of tourism, systems have to speak to each other. They become seamless. So to make an example, a tourist can book a flight, book a hotel, book a bungee jump, book all of this all in one system. Our old system did not allow us, for example, to interact technically at that level. So we have put a lot of faith in this new system that is being provided by the entity called Gijima. And the amount spent is quite significant, Honorable Khumalo, and that's why I was just giving you that perspective of what this system does. I can more or less off the top of my head say it is, I think the contract value is over 160 million, but I will give you the full, if I may, through your chair, request to respond in greater detail in writing to this one, so that just to ensure that there's accuracy. Honorable Peach, your sentiments about the tourism performance are noted. I had indicated that Q1 and Q2, we did have those glitches and the performance does not look good. However, in Q3, we have since restabilized and we are in a relatively comfortable position with regards to tourism revenue. The signs are that we are even going to exceed our target for this financial year from a tourism revenue point of view. What I didn't understand, Honorable Peach, but I will try my best to respond to, and if I missed something, you will correct me, was the wage ratio to OPEX. We are a human capital driven organization, not through our own doing, but as a reflection of the work that we do. From a law enforcement point of view, it's boots on the ground. The number of boots on the ground makes a difference with regards to effectiveness and efficacy of law enforcement. From a tourism point of view, that is a people-facing or consumer-facing business. We count in there everybody beginning from cleaners to groundsmen, all the way to people who run reservations. But in the main, Honorable Peach, we keep a very close eye on that expenditure on human resources. As much as we're saying we're a people-driven or we operate in a people-driven industry, we keep a very close eye on that wage bill. We currently sit at 45% of OPEX and of the entire budget, and we try as best as we can not to breach the 50% mark. The question can be, are we sure that we are fully efficient in the manner in which we allocate human capital, in the manner in which we run our establishment table? Is our establishment table aligned to maybe a future focus SENPACs? That we are still working through. But we can assure you that we are very clear that we are not going to allow ourselves to be overstuffed or to look away from that particular line item and find ourselves breaching the 50% mark. And then Honorable Nalumanga, as well, in the interest of accuracy, please allow me to respond to the rent value of the loss of tourists at the Table Mountain cable car, just simply in the interest of accuracy, if you may allow me through you, Chair. You also asked, Honorable Nalumanga, about women rangers within our operations. And I'm pleased to tell you that there is a very clear intention, very focused intention to increase the number of women rangers within our operations. And as such, areas such as the Kruger National Park are looking for an 80-20 ratio for the next cohort that we will be recruiting. In the next financial year, we are aiming to recruit 115 rangers across the organization, and we are aiming for an 80-20 ratio. There have been several concerns, some of them not directly, can I just say, if not concerns, cynicism that perhaps women rangers cannot fully cut it. There have been conversations where we've been asked whether this would, the aspirations we have, would they necessarily translate in us changing our stringent standards, particularly with regards to physical ability. And I can assure you that we are not going to do so. The only concession that the people in the Ranger Corps will do is to extend the period a little longer, appreciating, of course, that slight difference, physicality between men and women. So as we get into the next financial year, Honorable Nalumanga, we are looking at an 80-20 focus in our recruitment. And as I said, we're looking for over 100 rangers in the coming year. Honorable Managa had asked the same question about Table Mountain cable car. I've requested to respond to that in writing in the interests of accuracy. Honorable Temba, with regards to underspending, I'm sorry, maybe I misunderstood that one. Let me just respond to this one. The delayed social legacy projects, Honorable Temba, we have caught up. We were undercapacitated in the unit that drives the social legacy projects. It's called the Socioeconomic Transformation Unit. We have since appointed a head of that unit. She came on board in July of last year. And in a very short space of time, we have closed all of these openings that, or rather, unachieved targets. So what you will see for Q3 and Q4 is that there are no gaps with regards to delivery from the Socioeconomic Transformation Unit. And then you had then asked how going into the future we will mitigate having these delays. So the question is sort of answered in what I've said. We now have a very strong lead in that particular unit. We are capacitating it very strongly and very quickly. We thank you, Honorable Temba, to point out the issue about Cape Point maintenance. Maintenance is very critical for us because, as I've indicated, it drives customer satisfaction, and customer satisfaction equals revenue generation for us. We are investing a lot of energy and time in refurbishments and in maintenance. So this is very welcome. We will make sure that action is taken immediately. Honorable Gancho, you had asked about the select committee. Golden Gate, the chair, I think, partially dealt with that, and the corridor of organized crime. But I think she further requested that we should also respond in greater detail in writing through you, Honorable. Let's go to the issue of irregular expenditure. The root causes of irregular expenditure in SANParks, in the main, have revolved around contract management. In the past, I think the chair indicated that some of the irregular expenditure cases range from, I think, 2017 or so. We are working very hard to ensure that we monitor our contracts in a very timely manner. We have an 18-month system where we flag 18 months before a contract is about to expire. We flag again periodically, and this happens at EXCO level, which then means that contract management is monitored at the highest level in the organization. We do not have a system that is top of range. We have an IT system, but it is bought off the shelf. It has it's developed internally. It has its own deficiencies, but we have come a long way. It has its own deficiencies because here and there we find one or two contracts that may have been flagged, but a payment is made against. But as you will see in our annual report at the end of this year, we believe we will demonstrate how significantly SANParks has moved in improving its contract management, how significantly SANParks has moved in decreasing irregular expenditure. We even go to an extent of behavioral interventions, Honorable Chair. In the past few months, I requested the Auditor General to please lend me a team that is going to tour our parks. As you know, our operations are in 7 provinces, some of them very remote areas. And they took to these operations the audit of the last financial year. It was an educational intervention to make sure that people, wherever they sit in the country, they understand how that one action they may regard as not major has an impact on audit findings. How irregular expenditure, because there is a human error, impacts on the organization. So every now and again, over and above contract management, we have minor ones where people have failed to get, let's say, 3 quotations and they only have 2. And it's a behavioral issue. It's, do you appreciate that you are non-compliant? So we are giving a lot of attention to this. Internally, we've also increased our capacity in internal audit, because we find that the presence of auditors, as much as people fear auditors, internal or external, auditors are very critical to ensuring there's an understanding of compliance and why compliance has to exist within an organization, for it to be seen as a well-governed organization. I will then, at this stage, through you, Chair, request my colleagues, and I'll call them by name when the question comes. There's only 4 questions remaining to respond to the 4 remaining questions. Regarding EPWP, I'm going to request Mr. Property Mokoena to quickly address that question that came from Honorable Mkiza and another one from Honorable Khumalo. Through you, Chair, may I?
Yes, Mr. Mokoena, you can respond.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and good day to all the members and the chairs and colleagues. Thanks for the question. So the demographics around the PWP are set at the national level. And currently, as you saw on the presentation, it is 60% for women and 55% for youth and around 2% for people who lives with disability. So the only area I think the CEO has outlined it where we have not achieved is the 60%. And what are we doing about it? We've instructed our contractors to do targeted recruitment so that we are able to achieve this target before end of the financial year. Bearing in mind that we're now reporting on Q2, and we are hoping that by the time we end the year, this would be addressed. And I must say, members, that the jobs themselves, they range from a year to a 2-year period. However, we've been having this program for more than 10 years within SANParks. In fact, it's one of the programs which fulfills our mandate in terms of employing people and creating a lot of jobs in our landscape. Lastly, I think you saw that we've exceeded the target on the people who live with disabilities. I think the CEO has sort of outlined that we've partnered with universities in that regard, and we foster inclusion of in a workplace within our environment. So we managed to appoint a lot of people in that regard. And the main aim of this program is to create the much needed jobs, which SANParks has been a beneficiary for years. In fact, we are delivering our mandate because of this program. I think those were the few things which were asked around the EPWP. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Mukwena.
you. Then through you, Chair, I'm going to call Ms. Kumzanjanga to just deal with the issue of collaboration with communities. She is our head of socioeconomic transformation. Ms. Njanga.
Good afternoon, Chair, honorable members, Chairperson of SANParks Board and the CEO. On the issue of collaboration with communities, we do partner with them at 3 levels, actually. At the national level, we collaborate with them through a forum that is called People and Parks, which was established in 2003, and this is a platform for collaboration and dialogue. And in this regard, we do appraise them on a quarterly basis in terms of our SANParks implementation of the National People and Parks Strategy. At a provincial level also, we collaborate with them within the 7 provinces where SANParks has a footprint. And the last level is at the level of the park level, guided by the legislation, wherein we believe that this is a valuable platform for the development and implementation of our management plans for the parks. And it provides a sense of self-worth to these communities and recognition and giving a voice to the voiceless. This is where we ensure inclusive decision-making, ensuring that this platform is a legitimate platform that provides accountability for our actions as an organization. This is also a platform that we use to strengthen our communication with our communities and ensures good governance. So there are quite a number of forums at park level, and these include our park forums, co-management committees in some instances, as well as joint management boards and other liaison and other structures of collaboration. We also have quite a number of environmental awareness programs that are in place, including on anti-poaching campaigns, enterprise and supplier development in order to support local procurement. We also collaborate on environmental calendar days that raise awareness, such as the National Parks Week that my principals alluded to earlier. We also ensure that we promote access to these national parks as well as resources, both in terms of biodiversity as well as cultural resources, including access to their ancestral graves. We as recently as 2 weeks ago, had an engagement with the National People and Parks Forum, which is led by their chairperson and attended by their exco, including the youth executive, because they've also established a youth component within the broader mother structure. And we have then agreed on how the organization will ramp up its programs at all levels, national, provincial, as well as park level. And we are quite optimistic that our strengthened collaboration, putting these communities first and promoting inclusivity and being intentional about socio-economic transformation will close the gap between SANParks and the communities. We also have quite a number of school programs that are in place, including a program that we call Kids in Parks, that provides an interface between learners and our national parks, so that we inculcate the passion and the love for conservation at an early stage. And this is targeting primary school learners, and it fosters environmental education and awareness, as well as the appreciation of nature, as well as stewardship in that regard. We also have another program that is called Heritage Education Schools Program, which is a partnership with the National Heritage Council, which focuses on heritage preservation and promotion at all levels, both at a local level as well as at a national level. So we do have those programs, honorable members. We also do provide bursaries to these learners, especially from learners from disadvantaged backgrounds. In this current financial year, for example, we have awarded 17 bursaries to these learners, and we're hoping to increase that number going forward. Thank you, honorable members.
Thank you, Mchanga. CE?
Yes, Honorable Chair, without taking too much of your time, I'll line up my colleagues very quickly. 3 questions. There was a cybersecurity question. I'll give that to Liza McCourt. Livestock predation by lions in Kruger, I'll give to the Managing Executive of Kruger, Mr. Oscar Mtimkulu. And there was some climate change vulnerability findings. I'll give that to Dr. Hendricks. I can also respond to that if he's not in the meeting. So those are the 3 questions, and I think that closes the questions that we had received. Over to you, colleagues.
Good afternoon, Honorable Deputy Minister, Honorable Chair, Honorable members, chairs of the boards that are present, as well as colleagues. Yes, Chair, the issue about cybersecurity is indeed one of the top risks, both strategic and operational, for SANParks. And this is as a result of the fact that we have such valuable information, and that our clientele, both our own information as well as the information of our clientele, being there. So we are very, very aware of and constantly working on our cybersecurity. And even though we've achieved a very high level of cybersecurity maturity, we are in no way complacent. We have a senior manager that is permanently dedicated to cybersecurity or ICT security, and we are running our business impact analysis on a daily basis and almost on an hourly basis to check into our areas of vulnerability. As I've indicated, we have established that with the rate of increase in cybersecurity worldwide, it is an area that everybody is equally vulnerable, regardless of the firewalls that you have in place, etc. We also do have in place a disaster recovery plan, which we are currently being reviewed in order to address the latest finding of our business impact analysis and business continuity planning that has been done. And we've also agreed with the chair of with the CEO of SOURCE that we should come together, all of our ICT specialists in the family of the GFFE, to talk about the lessons learned and also to share the experiences that we have. Chair, just finally, based on our high level, we are the highest level of cybersecurity maturity that you can have. It can change within seconds based on new hacking methods, but that has secured us the ability to take out insurance on our ICT security environment. So we work very hard to keep this level 4 or the 96th percentile of cybersecurity maturity in our environment, Chair. So no complacency, very high level dedication to continuously check and counter the new developments in the area of cybersecurity. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Sandparks, are you done?
Mr. Mtimkulu, can you talk about livestock predation of lions? And then very quickly after you, if Dr. Hendricks could talk about climate change vulnerability findings.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Honorable Chairperson and Honorable members, the chairpersons of the board and the CEOs and members. From predation point of view, Chairperson, what we do as a proactive measure is we have done the assessment for the western boundary of the park and identify areas or problematic areas where we would focus on in terms of putting more resources. But currently we are engaging with the livestock owners associations. We also have environmental monitors who are also checking on the fence, as well as conducting routine patrols along the fence. So the issue is not mainly limited to predation as well. There are also game disease threats that also can have a negative influence in the local community stock. So as part of preventative measures, we are now working together with DARLAT, particularly the biosecurity unit under veterinary services, to do an awareness with the communities, including the SAPS, because some of it is also has to do with the stock theft. So it's a multi-pronged approach, where in cases where local communities lose their stock due to predation, we also do compensate for those animals that would have lost through predation. But the more proactive way would really to try and avoid that at all costs, and that's what we are working towards. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Dr. Hendricks?
Chairperson, good afternoon. Good afternoon to the honourable committee members. I also wish to recognise the presence of the DM SWATs, chairpersons of the board, and CEOs of entities, and also colleagues. Chairperson, let me acknowledge the question. It's a good question. Very insightful responses that we're getting from these vulnerability assessments. But it's important to note that when we do a vulnerability assessment, we essentially look at how climate change is going to impact on the ecosystem itself, on the biodiversity, how it's creating shifts in the species. But we also look at the tourism, how it's impacting on the infrastructure, and then also very importantly, how it's going to affect the local livelihoods within that region. What we've seen in the vulnerability assessment for West Coast is that and the models that we've used to predict is that we noticed that West Coast and that region is likely to experience a lot more hotter and drier conditions on land. In terms of the oceans, we see that the area will experience a lot more stormier, more variable conditions on the oceans. And I'll just quickly elaborate on that. But what we're also seeing is that municipalities are likely going to see a higher population growth. And what that means is that water demand is predicted to outstrip supply based on that population growth. And inherently what this means is that it's likely to have an impact on the local agriculture within that region as well. So what we do know as part of our knowledge is that where there's a decline in rainfall and where there's an increase in temperature, that often leads to a high risk of drought and an increase in wildfires. And we've seen this going back to the 1980s, where we had several interventions to deal with drought and also the water level, underground water level in that area. So Chair, but what I just wanted to indicate is that the ocean is probably going to be a lot more severely impacted by climate change, and we know where West Coast is located is very much under that cold water region of the ocean. It's the cold Benguela current, and what we are seeing is that the surface level of the ocean water is becoming a lot more warmer. There's also upwelling happens when water lower down the bottom of the ocean rises up to the surface, and that creates a lot of changes in the ecosystem itself. And then there's a lot of what we call ocean acidification happening. Essentially, your pH is becoming lower, it decreases, and it's largely in the case of oceans, that's driven by an increase of atmospheric carbon dioxide, CO2. Oceans play a very important role in terms of that. Chair, without necessarily going into the detail, but I just wanted to say is that when we talk about, ecosystem disruptions, we essentially mean that, species that are a lot more sensitive, they're going to suffer a lot more than other species that are favoring or being favored by these water conditions. We've seen some of the algal blooms down in the Eastern Cape. If water becomes warmer on the surface, this usually comes about because of upwelling. That means that we may see some harmful algal blooms. We may even see signs of hypoxia, the color differentiation of the water in itself. Warmer waters usually favor alien invasive species, and we've seen this with the Mediterranean mussels down in the Knysna area. So when water becomes warmer, we're likely to see some of those alien species become a lot better established in those areas. Now, rising sea levels, and obviously these extreme wave actions, they often endanger park infrastructure, and it's very important for West Coast National Park to look at, for example, jetties, tourism facilities, and even those cultural heritage sites along the coast as well. I'm not going to talk about, pollution within the ocean in itself, and we've seen that playing out in the Knysna region as well. I do want to indicate that where we see in terms of fish and in terms of birds, it's very important to note that we've often seen an increase in water temperature where there's an outbreak of avian flu, and this largely affects birds. But what is important to note from a tourism and fishery point of view is that whilst the warmer weather, typical to Cape Town as well, while a warmer weather may boost tourism numbers, maybe through a prolonged holiday season, it does have an impact on the infrastructure, and also obviously in the long term have a biodiversity loss. From a fishery stocks point of view, including, for example, the white stump nose and the West Coast rock lobster, we may even see a decline when waters are becoming a lot more warmer in the process. And there's some cultural artifacts also that we need to be aware of. So Chairperson and committee members, I think what this means for us is that we have to follow a lot more adaptive management approach where we try to monitor and see how the system and the ecosystems are changing, how it's affecting water availability, and the threat to the infrastructure, tourism infrastructure, and then to be a lot more proactive in that area. Chairperson and committee members, I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hendricks. I assume that Sandbox is done with responding.
Yes, Honorable Chair, we are done. We believe we are done. Thank you.
Okay, I am going to check with my members if there's any follow-up questions. I see the hand of Honorable Managa, and I also have a follow-up question. Okay, I only see one hand. Honorable members, I am affording you an opportunity to raise your follow-up questions if you have any. Honorable Managa, over to you.
Yes, thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson, for the opportunity to raise a follow-up question. My question is on the issue of Gijima, the contract that was awarded to Gijima. I want to check with the department. Don't they have the IT personnel in their department? If they are having those people, are they not capable enough to can be able to come up with programs that will assist? I heard the CEO when she was presenting, she did say they had programs. However, they were unable to make sure that one visitor, for example, can book for all those other things that she has mentioned. So does this mean that the Sandparks doesn't have internal IT capacity? If they are having staff members who are trained in IT, why are they relying on outside people for the generation of the programs? And the more than 100 million money that they are spending, is there value for money in that thing? How long is it going to take for the Sandparks to check that the amount that they have generated is let me say, is there value for money? The program is it's expensive, if I can put it that way. It's expensive. And to go back to the question that Honorable Kumalo has asked. Yes, she asked who was awarded the contract. CEO did mention that it's Gijima. Can we please be informed who are the directors of the company called Gijima? We just wanna know as the portfolio committee. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Managa. Just in addition to your follow-up question on this system, tourism management system, I want to check with the CEO whether this system is operational in all parks. If I call Wilderness or Ado, are they going to use this system, this new system? Are they not going to use the old one? Or, for instance, if I can call Tsitsikamma, I am going to be booked on the new system, using the new system. I just want to check that if it is currently operational in all parks. If it is not, what is the problem? What is the hold up? The other follow-up question, honorable members and colleagues, you know, when the CEO was responding to the issue of rangers, I'm very much concerned with the fact that you only pay attention to 3 parks. You have raised your reasons, but I'm concerned with the fact that the only risk that is noted by Sandparks, it's when it is rhino poaching. You do not pay any attention to the marine protected areas where there is a level of abalone poaching that is taking place. There's activities of abalone poaching that is taking place, but you are very silent on your report. And whenever we receive reports, you do not pay any attention, do not mention any measures or that you are implementing to try and curb the poaching of abalone. And this activity is happening mainly on marine protected areas. So even your focus of rangers, because now currently these marine protected areas are looked after by environmental monitors. So there is no attention paid to deploy rangers or to employ rangers in these marine protected areas. If they are, you will find out these few rangers who are not even armed, who does not have anything, they don't even have guns, whilst they are dealing with heavily armed poachers. So I think your focus should not only be on these 3 parks, but you must also look at other parks as well. More especially the ones that there's illegal activities that are taking place, be it rhino poaching, or also these ones that are including the marine areas, which is abalone poaching that is taking place. So if you can respond, why are you not paying attention to the marine protected areas where also there's poaching that is happening? If you can respond to that, Sandparks. I do not see any hands.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I will start with Honorable Mananga's question. I'm not an IT person, but I'm going to try my best. We have internal IT capacity. We have an IT department that manages our IT needs on a day-to-day basis. They have their own systems that they have created for our internal processes and procedures. They secure software for us. So, for example,
Recording stopped.
Our HR system is sourced from a company called Sage. It's a ready-made system. They manage those types of things. They manage our relationship with Microsoft. These are systems, these are business systems that are required. So that is what they do primarily.
Recording in progress.
It's a very significant. It's a relatively largish team of people that we are constantly capacitating as and when the need arises. But when it comes to a booking system, it's a completely different issue. If you may allow me, Honorable, to speak from a layman's perspective, it's very similar to airlines. Airlines need booking systems developed for them. I doubt that there are any that are purchased over the counter. I will not go further, but I doubt. The same with hotels. These are very complex systems. The booking system that I'm talking about, earlier on, I said it's the engine for our revenue generation. Through this system, we process over 2 billion rand worth of bookings. We process over 6 million tourists. It is a very complex system. And it is a very high risk area for us because you are transacting on the system. We are taking bookings, we are taking deposits, we are ensuring that the systems are talking to each other. So if a booking is made when you get to the gate correlates, the gate information correlates, the reception correlates. It's a very complex system. And as I said, at its most advanced, it should be able to integrate with things such as airlines and other services within the travel industry, whatever may be the case, car hire, etc. So currently we don't have that type of internal IT capacity.
And even if we now go out to find that internal IT capacity to build such a complex system, I don't believe we can afford such people. This, as much as it looks like it is a very significant amount, the one that I quoted of over 160 million, over a period of, I think, 10 years, but I'll just check my records. At the end of the day, I'm just drawing attention, Honorable Mananga, that it generates over 2 billion to 3 billion in tourism revenue. So it is something that we protect very closely. The risk management protocols around the development of this system are very high. The risk that we face if things go wrong is too ghastly to even contemplate. Because, as I said, we are taking public funds from the public, whether they are international or domestic. It's people who are placing their hard-earned money in our hands and saying, from you, I'm purchasing this experience. So at the moment, no, we do not have that capacity. Personally, and as I said, to note that I speak as a lay person, I'm not an IT person. I do not believe we even can afford to have that level of expertise. We can afford such salaries internally. Even the previous one was also developed externally. So that seems to be more or less the common approach to booking systems, to these transactional systems, Honorable. In terms of the directors of the company Gijima, I will have to check that, Honorable. We can also respond to that in writing. I think I had committed to responding regarding the amount that we have spent. So as well, in the interest of accuracy, let us also just go, we'll ask the company actually directly to give us a list of their directors, and we will then attach it to our response. Honorable Gancho, is the system functional? The system has been undergoing a significant number of pilots. For the same, to mitigate the risks that I have just raised earlier on. If something goes wrong, if we go live and something goes wrong, there is reputational damage, there is huge operational risk. This, at the end of the day, is a transactional system. And I must say that as a customer, as a client to Gijima, we have had very high standards. And we have made it clear to Gijima, we cannot have a single incident where at any park, a tourist comes to the gate and cannot access it because the system is not functioning in the manner that it should. Our new timelines are that on the 31st of March, which is 5 days from now, we will have what the IT people call functional readiness, with an intention to do a full launch in June and July. So if you call Tsitsikamma, no, you will not find it operating. We have done pilots in Ado, we have done pilots in Golden Gate, we have also piloted it at a third park, I just forget which one. But we are really being very stringent and monitoring every little detail about this system because the risks are so high. With regards to law enforcement, Honorable, I emphasized the 3 parks that we gave emphasis to in this financial year. It does not mean that we do not provide
rangers in other areas. Just to let you know, Table Mountain is a marine protected area, and it is what falls under what we refer to as a high law enforcement risk park. There's two sides to Table Mountain. It's the marine protected area, which is managed by a troop or corps of marine rangers that we call the SEAM. We have increased the number of marine rangers in Table Mountain. And then there is the terrestrial side of Table Mountain, which, as you often read in the newspapers, you deal with crime, petty crime, sometimes serious, but in the main petty crime on the mountain. So we've also increased our terrestrial rangers. This is really just part of risk assessment and saying, with the current budget that we have, when we assess our risk across the board, where are we placing emphasis? It doesn't mean that we're ignoring any others. It's not only about rhino poaching. The issue of abalone poaching, particularly in Table Mountain, all the way from the area that is Hout Bay to Robben Island, is a problem. We are aware. We are constantly building capacity. Actually, later this month or early in April, we'll be having a graduation of some marine rangers that we call the SEAM at Table Mountain. Then you have parks like Mapungubwe. Mapungubwe, very much like Golden Gate, is a trans-frontier park, so no borders. It rests between Zimbabwe and Botswana. Over time, it started developing its own unique problems that come with it being a trans-frontier park, where it now, I think earlier on when you refer to Golden Gate, Chair, you had said a corridor of organized crime. Mapungubwe was becoming that. So we also had to bolster very quickly the law enforcement capacity in that park. And it's really every single year just doing that assessment overall and saying, where are the burning platforms? Which are the ones that need the most capacity at this point? Thank you. Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you. Thank you, CE. Honorable members, those with the responses on follow-up questions that we had. I think we, can you flight the agenda for me, Chi on Tlantla? Just want to check where are we now? Chi on Tlantla, can you flight the agenda for us? Can you move up? My move, okay. Yeah, because we were supposed to finish at 12. The time now is 1:30. Okay, I think we had a very fruitful meeting. Let me take the opportunity. Before that, actually, I think let me go through the recommendations that we had. We recommended that there should be some written responses. Those were noted. With regards to Golden Gate, we're expecting written responses, land claims, HR processes. That question was raised by, that are questionable, that was raised by Honorable Nalumango, the Kichima directors. We're expecting written responses, the amount that was spent, the installation of this new system, and also okay, the also committee wanted to an update on sharing of insights and lessons on ICT vulnerability reduction when entities return to table there. Okay. Now, what we are going to do now, we are going to give you an opportunity to consolidate all your written responses. and the due date will be the 14th of April for them to be submitted to us, honorable members. If I'm online, you will correct me. I'm giving the entity 14th of April for them to submit the written responses. And the other one would like an update on sharing of insights and lessons on ICT vulnerability reduction when the entity returns on the 20 or to table their 2025-2026 annual report or annual plans. So we would also expect that. But on the 14th of April, we would expect to receive our written responses. With those words, honorable members, and colleagues, let me thank everyone, all the presenters, South African Weather Services, SANPACs, the chairpersons of boards, our Deputy Minister, Honorable Swartz, the delegation from TFFE, the delegation from the entities, and also our staff, the committee staff, and Chileka and Darren, and I think the parliamentary staff, if there is any, let me take this opportunity, and also the members for your inputs and your engagements. Let me thank all of you for attending the meeting and for engaging in the meeting. The meeting is officially now closed. Thank you very much, members and colleagues.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Have a lovely day.
Thank you,
Recording
Honorable
stopped.
Mkhize. Ukweliphi icala tata? Use-KZN?
Yebo, ngiseKZN.
Okay, yeah, this is not holiday, honorable members. We must do our constituency work.
Oh yes, I've been doing it yesterday.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Okay.
It's
All
fine.
right.
Thank you very much, your honorable
Thank you.
members.
Okay.